Hello, welcome back to How to RPG. Today it's all about writing a tabletop role-playing game, and I feel like the basic structure is almost done, which means that a draft will hopefully be available very, very soon. It is also Good Friday. It is Easter here in New Zealand. And I have little bunnies running around my house right now looking for Easter eggs. Like you're going to hear a lot of strange noises in the background. I'm going to put up a poll. You can see before you all of the player handbooks. You have Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Ed Edition, Second Ed Edition in there. That's the second one. You have Third Ed Edition or 3.5, and underneath is 4E. And then, of course, we also have 5E. So this is where I've been drawing everything from. Okay, so my suggestion is it's a long day for me. I'm sorry I started a little bit late. The intention is to run for probably about 4 hours and hopefully finish everything that I need to. If I finish early, that would be wonderful, but there's no guarantee that'll happen. And we'll see if we can sort of knock this out because we're pretty close. I'm almost there. Okay, so let's get on with this, shall we? Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Wheeler, and today I want to talk about role-playing games, and we're looking at engineering or designing a tabletop role-playing game, and I've been working my way through for a while now, as many of you know, the process of taking Dungeons and Dragons as a game in general and looking at all the different ed editions and trying to distill it down to the absolute essentials. And I don't know how much I've succeeded at this point, but I feel like I'm on the right track. There was a few mistakes I think I made last week, but I'm going to correct them, so there'll be a few adjustments that I make. And then there's mostly just sort of the introductory stuff now to write. So it's more creative writing today rather than game rules, which is kind of interesting, but also deciding essentially what is going to be the most important aspect to focus on. Okay. I also want to point out that I'm running a giveaway. Like there's a giveaway going on. But I'm going to point out the giveaway in a second. You probably already know about it, the giveaway, if you've been hanging around my channel yesterday. How's it going, Dungeons and Chronics? How are you doing? Yeah, thank you. Yes. So for me, Easter, I'll be working Easter. Good Friday, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, it's a working weekend for me. I don't really get a holiday. I suppose I could have taken today off if I wanted to. But yes, no, I've decided just to keep going. I'll take my holiday soon enough. Right. First things first, let's have a look at what I've been working through, and if I need to make any adjustments, I will. Make sure you have some food, some drink. Oh, make sure you are comfortable. That's not right. Did I get enough sleep? Not necessarily, people. Not necessarily. I'm hoping that I'm closer than I was before. So, so this is like the cloning, reverse engineering a popular tabletop role-playing game. That's what the title is. I've called it Dolly, Phoenix, Steel, Lazarus, Sorcery. I think I called it today. I called it Slayer. At some point, I have to nail it down to a name to at least call it before its official release. Okay, so I have come up with a solution. I don't know how much people will like it, but we'll see. Okay, it'll be tongue-in-cheek because it's me. I'm always going tongue-in-cheek. Well, that sounds like something broke. Easter is Sunday over here. Yeah, so Easter, the actual recognised day in New Zealand is the Monday because a lot of people don't work on the Sunday, although there are a lot of people who do work on a Sunday here in New Zealand. So the design goals, very quickly. Design a tabletop role-playing game anyone can understand and play, including a 5-year-old child. Now, the thing is, some of the things I put in last week, I realised it's too complicated, it's too hard. So I have to actually shift them to variant or optional. Create a tabletop role-playing game very similar to all versions of Dungeons and Dragons, And really that's just at its core. So it's not going to be compatible with every version of Dungeons and Dragons. That's not what we're talking about here. For those of you who think if you're going to come in and tell me you should just go and play this version of Dungeons and Dragons, the one that you particularly like, don't tell me that, okay? Because that's not my point. My group has been playing long enough in so many different versions of D&D. We're sick and tired of playing somebody else's game. So I'm building our own game. And if you want to come along for the ride, great. That's kind of where my head is at. I had a few people who say, you should just go and play first edition AD&D or second edition D&D or just play 5e. Stop mucking around with this and leave me alone. Okay, all right. Strip the Dungeons and Dragons rules right back to a very basic engine. That's what we've been doing, and I think we've done that. Allow for a more narrative role-playing game and eliminate a lot of the codification, right? Make a game system that can be have a lot of optional rules tacked on or added to it without having too many problems. And you can't really do that unless you strip the engine down. The final game rules will allow for 3 engines. I'm working on the first one with increasing levels of complexity. The first one is the basic game. The absolute essentials. That's just a basic structure. That's it. The standard game is the one you would generally play right now, and then the advanced game is whatever the heck you decide to do with all those optional rules that are available. Okay? I want to avoid breaching copyright using the OGL 1.0A or the SRD 5.1 or even the 3.5 SRD. I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to use Creative Commons version 4. I just want to remove it. Now, you'll see a lot of language here that looks like it would breach copyright or is, a duplication. I can assure you this is not necessarily the final wording. On a lot of the stuff I will change. Okay, I have place marked name changes for things to make it a bit more intuitive too. Okay. Prove that designing a tabletop role-playing game can be done quickly by anyone. Well, I think I failed that I think it's hard. It's very, very hard. And I'm delivering the universal signal to Wizards of the Coast. Well, we know about this. So we're keeping the attack rolls, we're keeping the ability dice rolls, saving throw dice rolls are staying. The concept of advantage and disadvantage, which is basically a re-roll. Every role-playing game has this. We're keeping that concept. Magic monsters, absolutely. Player character rewards or advancement systems needs to be there. I've got that there. Communication between player characters and the game masters, NPCs or monsters. I want that to be a dialogue. I don't want to focus so much on the maths for that. Exploration, traps, puzzles. Really, that's just it's not tied into the rules, obviously, but it certainly will allow for it. Character creation has to be easy and simple, and I think I've done that for a 5-year-old. I have to make sure there aren't a lot of rules to remember, okay? And if you're completely new to the game, nothing more terrifying than somebody producing this thing and saying, there are about 12 classes in here with subclasses and about, 6 or 7 different races that you can select from. Oh my gosh, how intimidating. I'd be scared off. And the general rules need to be consistent, so no exceptions. That was really hard to do. I really found that difficult. Okay. Here we go. So far, this is the introductory. I've just got some bullet points that I've got to fill in and turn into sentences today. I've done the how to play a character. I've done what does the game master, what the game master does. I covered that. And really that's my perspective rather than a definitive, because I don't think there is a definitive universal, it has to be this way. It's just obviously from my perspective. Method of play, which is basically Game Master presents situation, players respond, Game Master resolves actions or narrates the results. And that's really your structure in terms of method of play. That's like with any role-playing game. A sample of play, I've kind of put in a situation, which that's not right. I put in a situation here that I thought was fun, kind of pulled from a movie, so we'll see how that goes. You guys will have to come up with some responses to this. I'm sure this is going to be entertaining. Okay, now, first things first, before I go and talk about this competition, this giveaway, this dice giveaway, the Call of Cthulhu D20, what I want to do is I want to scroll down, and I believe it was Brian Burton had pointed out to me that I'd made a kind of a big mistake with what I was doing here. And his point and what he was saying, I didn't agree with, But what I did agree with was it was too complicated for a 5-year-old or for a beginner to understand. So what we're going to do is I'm going to shuffle down to, it was the grapple. So grappling, grabbing, throwing, and sort of even the concept of shoving. That was going to be a problem because I'd put so much into it. I don't think that the system is more complicated than 5e right now, but it's too much for this. So it needs to change for it to work. So that's what we're going to do. So scrolling down here, I believe we've got that structure. Did I put the structure in? Combat, fighting, steps. Yes, so I put in the steps for doing that. Ambush, surprise, variant. Where is the grapple? It'll be under attacking. Down below that. Where are we? Grabbing. Okay, here we go. Grabbing, grappling, and throwing. Do I need to put shoving as well? I probably should say shove. Shoving and throwing. And I've put it in as a standard rule, and that's just not going to work. For some pretty obvious reasons. I've even put in the escape, but the problem with all of this is it's just not gonna work because it's so complicated. So first change. Hello Spirit Wolf, how are you doing? Brian, hello, how are you? Yes, that's me, that's Brian. Brian's the one who said, look, you made this. See this thing on grappling, grabbing, shoving, and throwing? Look, even if we use the original rules that Wizards of the Coast came up for grabbing and grappling and shoving, it still would be too complicated. It would still be too much. So we're going to just leave it. We've given you the tools to talk about contests in the first place. But I think it's better just to leave it for now. Variant option. I also had a talk to my group, and it became almost abundantly clear that what I had written down here is probably not what my group wants to use as an optional rule for escaping, a grab or a grapple. You can't escape from a shove or a throw because it's in the moment. So this is sort of to cover all of that. So I put it into the variant option. Okay, right. Quickly, so that it's abundantly clear, this is the giveaway. Okay, you have 15 days to enter this. I would like, particularly those of you who follow me in the live streams quite often, I would really like you to go and sign up for the Call of Cthulhu D20. It's a big metal dice. Okay, they're pretty cool. They will be shipped to you for free if you win. Please sign up for it. If you go to my channel and subscribe, if you're already subscribed, but it won't mean anything. But if you going to my channel gets you another entry, and if you go to the D&D WoW website, it also gets you another entry. So it's kind of worth doing that. I think you can get multiple entries if you go to the website multiple times. I really didn't want the giveaway to work like that. I don't really want people to be going back and forth trying to clock up a greater chance of winning. I thought you would only be able to get one entry. I don't know how to fix that though. So yeah, it is what it is right now. If I figure out how to solve that, then I will. This is the D&D WoW website, and the dice we're talking about are these suckers here. Okay, these big, large metal D20s. And to give you a closer look at these, since these are their new product putting out. Let's go here. All right, so this is the little sucker. All right, looks kind of like an octopus or a illithid, or I guess you could say mind flayer, but let's say illithid octopus with eyes, and it's got them all over the dice plus your numbers. It looks pretty cool. It's solid. It's not hollow. For those of you who are wondering, I believe there are 6 designs, and I don't remember. I don't think they stipulated exactly how that was going to work, but you can see there are different colors for it. So yeah, please go and join that giveaway, because I don't generally do giveaways on my channel. So this is your opportunity. Yeah. Okay, let me just put the link in to my chat now. Copy, and then we're going to get on with business. So, paste. There we go. That is the link. So probably every hour I'll put the link back in, just as we proceed for today. How's that sound? Okay. All right. Bum 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 bum. So for those of you who have kids, I really did want your kids to be able to play this. So this is why I've made these changes. All right, let's go back to the start. This document is now about 20 pages long. It's probably going to get condensed down because a lot of the variants won't be available. And of course, the first page is almost just sort of blurb and design notes. Okay. All right. What is a role-playing game? This is our first point of call. No sale pitch, Fred. Yes, that's right. I remember there was a lot of sales pitches in some of these things. We're not doing a sales pitch. I don't want that. I'm kind of curious, people, about your opinion. What's your opinion of the D&D, was it Minecraft extension or expansion or pack that's going to be available for Minecraft that was announced by Wizards of the Coast? What are people, would you play that? I don't play Minecraft, so I don't feel like it's catering to me at all. What is a role-playing game? Now, I've got a few things I need to tailor in. Let's not just ask the question. Let's just say what it is. A role-playing game is a group of people. It's a group of people working as it's a group of people cooperating. I'm going to just drop this down so I just don't lose my point here. My train of thought is cooperating as a team in a fantastic story in a fantastic improvised storytelling storytelling, that's better. A role-playing game is a group of people cooperating as a team in a fantastic improvised storytelling activity. Storytelling adventure. You tell me if I load the sentence with too much information, people. I am trying to distill down how do I communicate as much as possible and as few words as possible, because I haven't necessarily done that with the mechanics side of things. Creative, yes, okay. The word creative, I would agree. I'm just going to do that. Maybe I'll use it creative. Okay, I got imagination. Okay, a role-playing game is a group of people cooperating as a team in a fantastic improvised storytelling adventure. Full stop. Too much information, new sentence. Okay, all right, Fred. Okay, that's where I wanted to go. So I got cooperating. I'm going to mark that little word off there and highlight in green. Look at that. Imagination, battle, monsters, creatures, fantastic. Locations, storytelling. I've got that in. What did I miss? Oh, teamwork. Teamwork. I got team, so team and teamwork is good enough. Let's go with that. What I might do is I just might move this onto the same page so it's all in one place for now, and I'll move it back up. Okay, that's better. You can see what's going on now. Improvise. We've already said improvise, so I don't need to say that word again. No end, explore the world, heroes, no sales fire. Okay, right, so the make believe, magic, role-playing game, quests, adventure. I have said the word adventure. It should be clear that I've got that in there. Okay. Role-playing game is a group of people cooperating as a team in a fantastic improvised storytelling adventure. Players take the players of now. Players act creatively act the part of a hero now exploring the exploring the world, talking with part of a hero, exploring the world, talking with talking to creatures, and fighting. What would be the best way to say this? Nacho Man. Hello, Nacho Man. How are you? Yes, happy Easter to you too. Nacho Man is a patron, by the way. If I'm pretty sure I just mentioned it now. Right, okay. If anybody gets some ideas on how to structure this, that's good. But I'm going to try to do this. If I'm not paying attention to chat, it's because I'm really focusing down on getting this done. Players creatively act the part of a hero, exploring the world, talking to creatures, and fighting monsters with magical spells and I don't want to say I don't want to say just swords. Weapons is quite a big word to kind of comprehend when you're 5 years old. What is a better way of doing that? Situations and problems. Yeah. Solving problems. I will add it in. I don't know if I had that here. We kind of set it somewhere else further down, but yes, okay. Solving problems. Talking to creatures and fighting monsters with magical spells. Or or weapons. Weapons, I don't know, swords. Shh. Or a range of weapons. I'm not super happy with that sentence, but it's better than it was before. Hello, Agile Monk. How are you doing, Agile Monk? So Agile Monk is also a patron and a moderator, and thank you for showing up. How have you been doing? I know I haven't seen a lot of you recently, so I'm assuming you've been extremely busy or extremely unwell. So yeah, I hope you're doing all right, John. I'm pretty sure I told you, but the Pathfinder 2nd edition Game Mastery Guidebook actually arrived. I'm still waiting for the Pathfinder 2nd edition core rulebook to show up that you sent me. But as soon as it does, I'll let you know. I don't know where it is in transit, but as far as I remember, the last time we talked about where it was in transit, it was somewhere waiting in New Zealand to be posted. Transferred to my location. I don't know what's going on. Obviously, they've been packed separately, so I don't know where that last book is at this present time. Medieval melee. I don't want to say that. It's too big a word. It's too hard to understand. I'm even a little bit. I'm worried about using the word weapons. Sword and sorcery is a classic for a reason. Yes. Doing my best to stay alive and surviving injuries from my mission job. Oh dear. It sure is taking forever. Oh, well, I'm glad you got one. Yes, I'm glad I got one too. Let's hope the other one shows up as well. Yeah, okay. So let's just highlight the things that I have managed to actually say, because that's 2 sentences. Let us try not to go beyond 4 sentences. 4 sentences, too much going on. Oh my God, what was that? That is a different color. Okay, there we go. That solved that problem. I don't know how, but imagination. Battle. Well, we've got fight here already, so I don't feel like it's necessary to go over that too much. Okay, next. Creatures. The word creatures is in here. Okay, fantastic locations. I kind of said fantastic. I said the world. Explore. Mythical. I think the word mythical would be nice. Mythical. Part of the hero to explore a mythical world, because I feel like that's definitely a part of it. So I'm going to put that in. I don't know how you feel about that, but I'm putting it down. Role play. I haven't actually said the word. Well, I have. The word role play is there, but I can't use it as a description, can I? Because then I'm trying to describe it. We've set magical spells. So I've got that in there. I've said spells. I have said nothing about finding magic items. Explore the world is there. Okay. No fire sale pitch. Okay, just remember that. Solve problems, it's in. Okay, good. Monsters, I've said the word monsters already, but I'm going to use it again because I'm going to describe it from the point of view of if you were playing the Game Master as well. So, make believe. Right. What have we got here? All right, so we're doing all right. So that's 2 sentences down. Next one. If I was the game master, okay, one person plays the game master who describes the environment, that who narratively describes the environment. Does that make sense? Narratively describes the environment. Okay, all right. Speaks for the exotic creatures, exotic what? Exotic something. Exotic. One person plays the game master who narratively describes the environment, speaks for the exotic. Glad you okay. Interactive. Interactive. Oh, yes, I understand what you mean by interactive. Interactive. Okay. Not quite ready for that yet. Let's just do that. Okay, now. One person plays the game master who narratively describes the environment, speaks for the exotic monsters, creatures, and speaks for the exotic monsters or battles the players' characters as they attempt to what are we going to say here? Attempt to complete a quest. Really, that's probably not too bad. You can put GM in vocabulary list along with other words or phrases. Yes, I can. But since this is right smack in the very beginning, I'm going to put Game Master smack right here. Okay. Verbiage, I believe is... Oh, did I have it down there? I suppose you've just made a point. Did I make sure I put the word Game Master down there? In the glossary. Okay, that's what your point was, wasn't it, Spirit Wolf? Did I have it in the glossary? All right, let me just go roll down here very quickly, since it shouldn't be too difficult to find the glossary. Glossary. G. Game Master. Here we go. It's in there. I've already got it. So it's in the glossary as things that I have to actually spell out. So it's all good. Right, now. I've taken the word narrative and I've used it. I've used quest. I've used quest. I've used monster. I've used, what else? I think that's it. Okay, here we go. One person plays the game master who narratively describes the environment, speaks for the exotic monsters, or battles the player characters as they attempt to complete a quest and find. And really this is very much part of it, and I should have said so, treasure. Because finding treasure in a game is like a big deal. It's a big factor. It's one of the cruxes of the reward system, and I had forgotten to mention it. So it's there now. Okay. I want to do one more sentence with what is left. And somehow I have to include about 3 or 4 different concepts in the same sentence. I don't know how people feel about what I've written so far. Everybody's going to have a different view on it. If I'm missing something, you'll let me know. And okay, let's see if I can get this next bit down. Because describing this is very, very important, correct? The game master and players interact to create an episodic story using their imagination right. Okay, the game master and interact. Sorry, that didn't work out there. And players interact. Oh, I've got a bit of a slight mess up there. The game master and players interact to create an episodic story that never ends, using their imagination. Hero, the word hero, I've used hero. Good, okay, I'll just mark that off my little list. Interactive. Okay, I'm getting down to the nuts and bolts. Episodic. I've got fantastic. I don't say locations, but it doesn't matter. I think the fact that I got at least the word fantastic in there, it's in there. It's what we wanted to say. Now, I didn't say fantasy, by the way, people. I said fantastic, because I'm open for this to be used in a fantasy world or in a science fiction world. Honestly, that's where my head is at. I like science fiction too. Imagination. Did I do that? Did I get? Am I so close? Make believe. Anything can be tried. Okay. So I need to tie in no end. I've got no end. This is the problem, though. If I packed my sentences with way too much information, those of you who are better at writing, have better writing skills, creative writing skills, you'll know if my sentences are too full. You'll let me know. But I feel like I'm not doing too badly so far. The game master and players interact to create an episodic story that never ends using their imagination or make-believe. I'm kind of stating the same thing. Or make-believe. Imagination, make-believe. Make-believe. Make-believe to try anything. Hello, Michael. How are you doing, Michael? Michael is also a patron, by the way. Yeah, welcome to the live stream. Science fantasy. Science fantasy. Yes, so John, I totally get where you're going with this, and I am of agreement. It does make a lot of sense. I think that's how to finish it, isn't it? Anything in a science fantasy how do I cap this off? That never ends using their imagination or make-believe to try anything. Make-believe to try anything in a science fantasy. I could say world, but maybe world is the way to finish it. Maybe world is the way to finish it. That's a new phrase being used today. I don't have a problem with it. Science fantasy. Science fantasy kind of means science fiction and fantasy, or the combination of the two, doesn't it? Okay, so I'm a little stuck. So let me see if I can help myself out here a little bit. I feel like I'm doing better than most people have who've written one of these things. So world, but then again, it's my perspective. You tell me. World, thesaurus. Oh God, I hate putting this word in. I can never get it right. Earth, globe, planet, sphere. Oh, yeah. What have you got written here? Setting. Setting doesn't really mean very much, though. To a 5-year-old, you say, "Oh, it's a setting." Do they understand that? It's a bit highbrow, It's a bit nerdy, and for the basic game, I want to avoid going too nerdy. You know what I mean? Michael, I've always wanted it. What? I've always wanted it. To play games set in a Western days? Oh, you want to play in a Western? I know there have been some out there. I've never tried creating one myself using basically 100-sided dice idea for most things. Well, I don't think you could not do this with what I'm doing. I think you could probably do it. And it would be very familiar to you because you've probably already used the 6 ability scores from D&D. It's a Western RPG. The IPA's setting. Okay. That last sentence is a little much. There's a little bit much going on here. Hello, Shiner. How are you doing, Shiner? I know you're trying to help here, and I just look stuck, don't I? like he's in the he's a deer in the headlights on high beam. Okay. I'm not going to worry so much about the word magic item because we've got treasure, and I think that's good enough. So, the Game Master and players interact to create an episodic story that never ends using their imagination or make-believe. Imagination. Do I need to use the word imagination and make-believe? People tell me I think I should get rid of one or the other. It's either got to be imagination or make-believe. One of the others got to go, I think. Universe. Universe. Shiner. You're a star. Science, fantasy, universe. That's probably about right. Would a 5-year-old understand the word universe? I think the modern 5-year-old probably does understand the universe, because the reference to the Marvel universe and the other universes, Star Wars universe, I think it comes up a lot. So in their vernacular, they probably got it down. So universe. There. That, I think, is it. And we've got, to my way of thinking, all the really important aspects of a role-playing game presented in one paragraph without a sales pitch. Dun dun dun. I'm looking at Deadwood. Yes, I've heard of Deadwood. How old is that one? I'm not too sure. Imagination. So yes, okay, John, I think you're right. So we get rid of make-believe and we're using imagination. This is one of the problems I have when I'm doing creative writing, is I tend to overstate myself. I wind up stating the same concept twice in the same sentence when it was unnecessary to do. Because when you use a what is it, is it a noun? A noun, and you link another noun together. The or, so noun or noun, is two separate ideas, not the same idea, just said differently. Or can it be? I don't know. I always struggle with this sort of thing. English is my only language, and it's the one I have the most difficulty with. I'm going to say it now. All right. I feel pretty happy with what we've done here. I think that's nailed it down pretty nicely. Yeah, imagination sounds good. And I feel like the word imagination is something a 5-year-old would understand. Or somebody who's beginning out, they'll understand what that reference is to. Sweet. That was hard work, but we got through that. This is all done. Method of play. I might come back to method of play, but I want to get this here. I need your help, people. I'm going to describe the situation to you, and you're going to tell me what the players would normally say under these circumstances. Does that seem fair to you? So let's go hashtag. No, actually, I'm not going to go hashtag. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut and paste this thing into. I'm going to give you the description straight into chat. So I'm going to do a bit of a switchy over in a second. Back to my face just very quickly, so that I don't get this funny screen. And I'm going to copy and paste this. Okay, that's too many words, so I've got to break it up and give you something else. Hashtag. I want you to look at that sentence and then tell me how you would respond to that sentence. Does that make sense? Cut. There. Then hashtag again, and the second part of it, paste. All right. Imagine you are one of the players with that situation. What would you do? Okay, with all the knowledge that you possess, how would you go about resolving that? I really want you to this is probably going to be better to do it this way, because then I can actually respond to that and write down what the game master would actually, how the game master would respond. I will read it out to you. This is the description I have here. Jesus, get out of this. Get out of that. Okay. The cave you walk into is, no, actually, I'm going to say warm and dry. Warm and dry. I said cold and damp, but I feel like it actually should be warm and dry, with a 10-foot high pile of gold coins in the center. The coins start sliding across the floor in front of you as the nostril of a huge reptilian beast becomes visible in the light of the lantern under the coins. Okay, all right. Deadwood came out in 2018. Okay, right. Okay, Michael. Thank you, Michael. We're going to do this. Now, Michael would be... Michael, who would Michael be? I'm just trying to think in terms of the names that I've got here. Who would be a good name to use? Oh, John would not do that. John is terrible. I'm basing John off somebody else that I know I play with in real life. But this is probably what Simon would do. This is definitely something that Simon would do. So, Michael, I'm taking you... No. I've got a better idea. No, we'll change Simon. We're going to put Michael. You've just got your name in this thing now. I take cover and turn down the lantern light. So that's the first thing that character does. I'm going to shift you over here. Thank you, Michael. I'm going to warn people now, there's a good chance that if you put a description in here, you might wind up with one of the characters being your name. I think that's... No, Kirsty would not do that. Kirsty is based on somebody I play with. Kirsty would say something like this. What? What's going on? Can you explain to me? I don't understand what's going on. That's what Kirsty would say. Okay? Can you repeat that? I didn't hear it. That's what Kirsty would say, okay? Dear. If I was to write down John's response, and I will write down John's response is much worse, I can assure you. But we have the first response from one of the characters. Dungeons and Chronics. No. What do you got here, John? I put up my glass mirror to view it from as I am sure it's a basilisk, and then pull my sword in preparation. Okay. So this is a different John, so I'm going to have to change out the name for who it is. So we're using John. I'm going to cut here. I need to put that into a... Yeah, right, John, no, I need to describe this. I pull out my mirror to look at the creature, the nostril, the creature, while turning my back. I think that's what you're trying to do. Back to it. First sentence. You let me know, John, if I get this wrong, okay? Caverns and Cutthroats. It is top of the hour in 3 minutes. 3 minutes top of the hour. I want to get this down. So if there's somebody else... Dungeons and Chronics has got a name in here. I've got something written in as well. Awesome. I pull out my mirror to look at the creature while turning my back to it. I draw my sword quietly in preparation for a fight. Okay, John, done. I'm going to bold this so we can just make this a little bit more obvious as what's going on. There's John. That's the game master. Okay, who else has put in an entry here that I can add in to this? I don't want to have too many different things here. I've already got an idea how this is going to work. So yeah, for those of you who are wondering how many different sequences I will have, it can't be too long, obviously. Okay, but what I want to be able to do is at least showcase the people in the party doing different things, and you guys are providing that very thing. And each one of you has actually suggested some very good ideas. I love it. Michael, John, wonderful. Next person. Calling it a dragon is a trick. Okay. If, how about you? You are not late. I am here for 4 hours. You can't consider that late. Looking for a door to make my way out the side of the room. Okay, so Dungeons and Chronics. Dungeons and Chronics, do you want me to use your real name when I put this entry in? Or do you want me to use one of the existing names? I've got here Joe Dan Norrick. I'm not going to call you Kirsty. Okay. But you let me know, because I will write in the entry under whatever name you want me to give you. Okay? You can make up a name if you like. Just don't give me a fantasy name that's crazy. Hello, Prepare, Cook and Survive. How are you? It is now top of the hour, but I want to write in this one entry before I lose it. Okay. Joshua. Thank you. Josh, you are. There's no skin off my name by doing this at all. I have a note. You have a note? You don't have to have a note. I don't care if you've got a note. It's not an issue. Okay, so Joshua, you have said look for a door to make... Okay. All right. I look for a door or passageway that allows me to I looked for a door or passageway that allows me to... Now, what was I going to say? You're trying to leave the room, aren't you? Leave. I look for a door or passageway that allows me to leave the chamber. You won't say chamber, room. If there is no other exit, I quietly walk back the way I came, watching the Watching the creatures. Watching the nostril. Would it be something like that? Would that Dungeons and Chronics? Is that kind of what you were looking for? I look for a door or passageway that allows me to leave the room. If there's no other exit, exit. I quietly walk back the way I came, watching the reptilian nostril. Walk. I quietly walk backwards. Sorry, backwards, the way I came. So I would imagine that's what you're trying to communicate to me. Nothing to see here, of course. Okay. Let's mark that down. So that's that one. I want to put in a couple more entries in here before we have the game master responding to them, because that's only 3 people. So I would like another person to respond so I can put something else in here. I'm so tempted to put Kirsty. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear it. I'm so bad. Oh, okay. So this may get culled in the future because if Kirsty reads this line, I am going to be in so much trouble. So I'm going to do it anyway. And she probably will. I'm sorry, I'm killing myself. This is really bad on my part. So that's 4 different players. I'm going to put Joshua's response a little bit further down in terms of, yeah, I think I'll adjust its position just a tad. I'm going to put it here. Paste. Okay. Use a feather to tickle the nostril. And shove them into the nostril. So, Shiner, am I using the name Dan, Joe, or Norok for you, or am I using your name that you have selected me to use? Because that is actually one of the responses that I know one of my players at my group would do. It's definitely on the cards. They would definitely do something like that. Not necessarily shove the coins in the nostril, but they would certainly take the coins. I greedily scoop up. Well, that doesn't work. Scoop up. Dan will do. Thank you very much. Dan it is. We're making it a Dan. Cut. Paste. It's Dan. I greedily scoop up gold coins. The barrel rider. yeah, exactly. So we might have we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people is probably enough. We don't need to have 6. So we'll ditch those names. I greedily scoop up gold coins and shove them into my backpack and pockets, because someone's going to do it. You know someone's going to do something like that, right? Okay. Now, my responses as the game master. I want to do a response to Joshua. I want to do a response to Dan. I feel like Michael's action doesn't require too much to be responded to at this present time. I think that can be done. John's response, I don't think that anything would happen. Kirsty's response really doesn't sort of generate anything, but Joshua and Dan would require me to respond to. That's how I would think about this. So that means that we're going to have a Game Master response here. And a Game Master response at the end. So that won't be too long, but it is got something to it. And I will take a Sing It a Lullaby. Yeah, I'm sure it'll go down well. Anyway, so give me 5 minutes to just take a quick break. I will come back. We'll continue with this. We're doing well, people. Honestly, it's going to be pretty tight, I think, by the end of today. I think we'll be... And hopefully I can get it up as a draft onto Patreon today. And when I put it up on Patreon as a draft, it'll go up not just as a draft for patrons, but for anybody who wants to have a look at it. Okay? I've already said that I was going to do something like that. I have every intention. Please enter the Call of Cthulhu dice giveaway. If you are here in the live stream, please do so. I will put this in. Mage... nice. Okay, so go sign up. Make sure to confirm your email when you get sent an email message, by the way, people. It's a really good idea to make sure you do that. I am checking on my poll, by the way. If you were wondering, I have been looking at it. In any case, I will be back in 5 or less. Okay, I'm back in the saddle. Your wizard is chaotic. Ah, dear. Funny. In any case, we will come back into this. If I got it right. It's over here. All right. And switch over. Okay. Back to work, people. Back to work. So, my response as the Game Master would be to Joshua, since that's the only one I really need to respond to. There don't appear to be any additional exits from the cavern, but it is dark and hard to see. What have you got here, people? What have you been writing while I've been away? What kind of feather? The largest feather available. Pluck it from the bard's head. If I that's the last cockatrice, rock, or a hummingbird. Really? Dear. Mountain mouse, which I can cast after impact if I'm not falling. Okay. All right. Okay. Nice. Lovely. I'm actually thinking that I'm actually thinking that I should add in a different thing in here in terms of a response, because I can just see right now, although it's so classic, this is usually what a player says. It is such a common thing to be said that I want to edit it in there. I don't know how people feel about that, but it's funny. Anyway, there doesn't appear to be an additional exit from the cavern, but it is dark and hard to see. Please make a... it's not really how people say, is it? Make a dexterity dice roll test to move out of the room quietly. Okay. That's what I want to say here. So Joshua is going to have to come up again, so we will do that. That's fine. Joshua. Joshua. And we could have him roll high, or we could have him roll low. I'm tempted to have him roll high so that Dan's action is the one that causes the utter strife, because it's the one that will be the most fun. I greedily scoop up gold coins and shove them into my backpack and pocket. Okay. Sorry, people. So Joshua has need to roll a dice. So we're going to do here. Rolling... Does somebody want to roll a 20-sided dice and see what they get? Rolling a D20. I probably shouldn't do it that way. I know I shouldn't. Here we go. What big eyes you have, Grandpa. A Kokobo. Is it Kokobo feather? Isn't that from... Is it Final Fantasy Kokobo? Riding Kokobos? Something like that? Yeah, I'm sure it is. 13. 16. 4, 3, 13 again. Not 3, 13. Well, let's do this. I got a 13 to be sneaky. Okay, I think that's it. And we'll put that in. It's bold. Dan, I greedily scoop up coins and shove them. And he's going to obviously do this before there's a chance for the resolving this. I'm going to just lead this straight into that. Because it's going to be too much fun. Because this is usually what happens isn't how many times have you played in a game and you're trying to be quiet and sneaky and you roll the dice and you're waiting for the dungeon master or game master to tell you the result and somebody says, I do this, which completely undermines the fact that you were trying to be sneaky in the first place. You know what I mean? So far, the characters that I'm describing here, Michael, John, Kirsty, Joshua, all trying to be relatively quiet and cautious, and then somebody shows up and says, I greedily scoop up the coins and shove them in my back pocket, and then everything goes to custard. So we're going to do that. The coins slide away to reveal now hang on, the nostrils. Twitch. Of course they do. Twitch. And the coins slide away to reveal a large red dragon. Whose eye opens. Opens and looks. Eye opens. Bravely run away. And I think that's where we should stop, because I was thinking in terms of how to describe this and how much to give, and that's probably the gist of it. Is like that's kind of what you would do. Then what happens after there is it's really unimportant. Okay, I was going to say something else. The nostrils twitch and the coins slide away to reveal a large red dragon whose eye opens. That's it. I think that's it. The dragon looks straight at you. Yeah, it's being caught with your pants down. So now we could say that what is the product of this? Making too much noise by scooping up the gold coins, and maybe a stealth check that's just not good enough. 13 maybe not be high enough. So the two combined, I've put them together. So that's how I've sort of described it. If people feel like I've not done this its service, if I haven't done the situation due service, you let me know. But I think that's pretty much where it is. And love him and name him George. Has rolled a 1 critical failure. Okay, so that is our sample. Oh, I'm sorry, people. I'm really struggling. The change of weather, it really is. It's a bit of a pain. Oh, man. Okay, now let's have a look at this little bit, because if I remember right, that's about the gist of it. I think we have got it almost done. And it's just about formatting and editing. Although I might add in a few household tools to make life a bit easier for people. So looking at this, so let's drop this down into its own page so we can see it clearly. And I can roll it back up when I need to. So this is what I want to work on now. Just this piece. The Game Master presents a situation by describing the environment and the monster and creatures that populate it. The player decides what the characters will do in the situation and describe it to the Game Master. Sorry. The dragon smiles wickedly. Sure. I'll add that in. Spirit Wolf, fair enough. Dragon looks straight at you and smiles wickedly. Wicked, wicked. And that's all she wrote. I should run a death cleric with no healing spells. Sure. Okay. So let's have a look. The Dungeon Master tells the players where the adventurers are and what's going on around them, presenting the basic scope of the options, how many doors lead out of the room, what's in the room, the table. Okay. All right, so maybe I need to do a little bit more. Describe the environment. Well, no, I think that's done. The players decide what the characters will do in the situation described to the Game Master. Now, that's probably... Okay, so here we go. The Game Master presents the situation by describing the environment and the monsters and creatures that populate it, and what the monsters and creatures that populate it are doing. The monsters, pardon me, people, I'm choking on stuff. Monsters and creatures that populate it are doing. Oh, God. The Game Master presents a situation by describing the environment and what the monsters and creatures that populate it are doing. There. I'm happy with that. I think that's good enough. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Who's a good boy? You are, yes, and you are, and throw sticks at the fetch boy. Fetch. Are you going to play fetch with a dragon? Really? Okay. Now the players. The players describe what their characters will do in the situation and decide what their characters will do in a situation and describe it to the Game Master. Character sheet contains various things the character can do. I'm not saying anything about that. I hate that they do and that they mention this. When deciding what your character does, you may choose something on the character sheet. Can I just read this to you, people? Before this is why we have this nonsense in our game. Okay, let me just read what I found. This is in the starter set rule book. This is what they've written down. They started well. Okay. The players decide what their characters do. That's what they've done. That's their first sentence. Then they go on to say, a character's sheet contains various things that a character can do. Okay, sure. When deciding what your character does, you may choose something on the sheet or you may make something up. So they have referred them as their first point of call to their character sheet. Now you might say, well, that's fine, Fred. And they have said, but they can make something up as well. Okay, cool. But often the second bit, make something up, doesn't get looked at. It's look to your character sheet. It's because that's the first thing they've said. Whatever you decide, describe the intended action to the DM and the other players. Sometimes all the characters do the same thing, and other times different adventurers do different things. One adventurer might search a treasure chest while a second examines a symbol engraved on a wall. For example, outside combat, the characters don't need to take turns, but the DM listens to every player and decides how to resolve these actions. In combat, everyone takes turns in order as explained in the combat section, So then they go back to combat. Wonderful. I hate that. So this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do with this line. And it's going to be a single line. Because really, I think that's all that needed to be said. That's all that needs to be said. We don't need to refer to the character sheet. We know the character sheet exists. They're going to look at the character sheet anyway. So why refer to it? Yeah, well, is it to help them? I don't know that it really does. Running some errands, but still here. Not a problem, Dungeons and Chronics. What do you got here, Fred? I have never had a player try fetching with a dragon. Oh, well, I don't blame them. Well, I identify as a red dragon too, so we should get along fine. Yeah. So I'm getting rid of, that's the line I'm putting in. It's in my own words. That's what I think that they wind up, they decide, they describe to the game master. That's it. We're done. Do I need to say, no, the game master, it's you describe it to the game master, because you don't describe it to the other players. They're going to be there at the same table, but you're talking to the game master. So I feel like that's fine. Okay, the next one. The game master decides how to resolve the player character's actions and narrates the results to the group. Okay, that is the next step. Okay. There is probably an additional line that I want to put in here. I'm not going to bother with that because I don't take copies of all the character sheets. I know you do that, Fred, but I don't. I feel like that's a game master decision in terms of what you're doing. That's more around game master advice, where this is not really a game master advice document. I don't think that needs to be there because I never care about looking at the character sheets myself. I think the Death Cleric should need to buy small animals to drain a life in order to use healing spells. I'm a dark person. Okay, so this is the next thing I need to say. Depending on the situation, the game master might require a dice test, dice roll test, or just narrate, or just describe, the outcome of a player character's action. That's it. I don't think there needs to be anything else there. I'm going to unhighlight that, people. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's really all I have is like it's either there's a dice roll involved or there's no dice roll involved, and you narrate, and it's done. Fluffy bunnies. So I have, they've been doing an Easter egg hunt here. Next door neighbour kids and Amelia, my niece, they've been running around looking for Easter eggs. So that's why you can hear maybe little funny noises in the background. You want to have a local dragon union? You're going to a meeting with them? Really? Dear. Fluffy bunnies and hamsters. Holding up the bunny and ask the players, do you need some healing? Hello, Phil. How are you doing? Now, Phil has his own YouTube channel, but actually Phil is a designer. I know he does this sort of stuff. He's a professional, Phil is. I'm a novice in an area where maybe I should not be, but I don't care because this is what I've written down for my third sort of method of play, and this is what Wizards of the Coast wrote down. The DM narrates the results of the action. Fine. Nothing wrong with that. All good. Sometimes resolving a task is easy. If an adventurer wants to walk across a room and open a door, the DM might just say the door opens and describes what lies beyond. But the door might be locked and the floor might hide a deadly trap, or some other circumstance might make it challenging for an adventurer to complete a task. In these cases, the DM checks to see if there are any relevant rules or on a character sheet in the rule book or in the adventure, and then decides what happens, often relying on the roll of a die to determine the results of an action. Describing the results often leads to another decision point, which brings the flow of the game right back to step 1. And I think step 4. Repeat step 1, 2, 3. That's it. Living large. Yeah. Steps 1 to 3. Okay, that's it. I don't think there needs to be anything else there with that. So I'm going to go here. Oh, I've got to take the hat off. It's getting too hot, people. I have a question. Phil, I know you've done some design work. Have you ever had to write a game for a very young audience? I'm curious. I really am. I've never had to do anything like this before. So for me, it's like, okay. But I'm curious as to how you've gone about doing it in the past. If you've done it, that is. Okay, so that's intro. We've got our chapter, because I remember you saying make sure I have chapters, because I was asking about that. Chapter 2, character creation. And we have the character creation process here, and a step-by-step process to get you through, and then we have each thing broken down. Generating ability scores. They may not be called ability scores, by the way, people. I might call them ability values, if you were wondering. Selecting and determining a character level. I've got all the stuff I needed to have here. Create a selected background or ancestry, whichever that is. Yes, so that's why I had sort of put it down. Heroic class, species. I was wondering if I had put in enough information around these things, because since I'm requiring people to actually do this themselves, I've got the calculation formula for doing that. So the dexterity bonus to the number 10 for your AC. A character or monster armor class is calculated by adding the dexterity bonus to 10 if they aren't wearing armor, carrying a shield, or having if a character is wearing yeah, okay, so I've already got that all down. That's fine. This here, I think I had a bunch of things. Narrative, okay, and then I've got all that stuff there. So that's character advancement. I put that there, experience points, and then I went on to ability scores. Okay, good. Wing hamster's knack. To receive healing, the target earth the freshly killed hamster. Auto error strikes again. Auto error strikes again? Really? Why would auto error strikes again? You typed it in and it auto corrected you, did it? Okay, let's make sure I've got this bit here nailed down. Because I may not have. I don't think there's a problem with the ability score section, because I am pretty sure that was all right. I've given you a generation method. I've given you a very rough, should I say, a very tough and rough ability generation method. I'm not recommending that this would be the way to go, but I'm wondering if maybe I need to include an alternative, because even Gary Gygax admitted that rolling 4 six-sided dice and dropping the lowest number was a better solution than rolling 3 six-sided dice and taking those results. So one, we'll do this. Copy. Yes, there we go. All right. And goes down. And paste. And we'll put it in here. 2. To generate the character's 6 different ability scores randomly, roll. I said roll 4, didn't I? I didn't say roll 3. So I didn't need to do that. I didn't actually include 3, did I? I wasn't reading that properly. So I don't need that at all. But we'll leave it open for there to be additional in the future. This is the method my group will use, is roll 4 six-sided dice. And I would like that to be the standard. Using point buy and standard array, nothing wrong with using them, but I'm not going to write them in. Well, I've done that before. It certainly makes it a lot harder, but for this, I'm not going to worry about that, because that's something you can port in. You know, this here, everybody's going to have their own system. Okay, select or determine character level. Select or determine character level. I'm pretty sure I had this sorted out. That's all good. Creating a background. Did I have enough information and guts in creating a background for you? I guess that's the question. Did I actually make sure I had all the information here that you needed? Because if I'm going to say create or select a background, then I need to give you enough tools to figure out how to do that in a paragraph. So that if you have to describe it to a 5-year-old, they can do that. A background is the experiences that shaped a character's life, skills, and knowledge before they became an adventurer or hero. But it also indicates why they chose their new lifestyle. Name the background and give it a distinctive cultural and individual experience with some features or traits that make them special. Special, I don't want to say special, unique. Let's say unique rather than special. Unique. You might like to also build some game mechanics for the new background, but it is not required. A background can include skills and include skill and tool training, knowledge of subjects, competency in languages, personal gear, and specialized features. Have I missed anything? I think that really in the nuts and bolts of it tells you what a background is like. Correct? I'm not going to put a monetary value on it like they're doing right now, because I really feel like that's more of a discussion that you have with the game master. Or you can just port stuff over. So that kind of covers the background all right. So that's actually fine, isn't it? Background. And I'd ordered it that way, background. Because we had this discussion about what order do you do things. Create or select a class, heroic class, or career path. Okay, so, pardon me. A class is the adventurers or heroes' specialized training and vocation. Name the playable class and give it a distinctive function or occupation with some features or traits that make them special. Now we're special. Because player character classes are special. You might like to also build some game mechanics for the new classes. I'm definitely taking the piss out of stuff today, people. My funny bone is wrangling right now, but it is not required. Okay, so what would a class be made up of? A class can include skill and tool training, knowledge of subjects, yes, competency in languages, personal gear, armor, weapons, spellcasting, martial fighting skills. I'm using the word skills again, and maybe I use a different word. Fighting abilities. Abilities. It's another good word for abilities. How's it going, Overboard? How you doing, Joe? Joe's a patron and a moderator, by the way. If I hadn't already mentioned it, he is, and he's got a YouTube channel. The hamsters and bunnies give out more HP the more plump they are. So, okay, carrots and lettuce. Okay, you guys are having too much fun today. Skills, special benefits and exceptional features. So, I think that actually covers a lot of the stuff that we needed to say, but martial fighting maneuvers, skills define, no, skills, expertise, mastery, competency, capacity, okay. Ability, capacity, competency. Competency. Which word do I want to use? Expertise. I actually prefer the word expertise. Expertise. Okay. When creating a class, work with the Game Master to get approval for anything. Game Masters can port any class or career path system from another role-playing game if it would fit a D20 rule system. Okay, that's fine. So we've given them enough to work with there. I was wondering about whether I'd done enough with the races, though, because that's where I think I got unstuck. Here we go. A species is the biological structure of the character. Name the playable species and give it a distinctive appearance with some features or traits that make them unique. Yes, okay. Make them different. Unique, I've used the word unique a few times, haven't I? What order would you prefer to roll stats? Different. To make them different. Yes. You might like to also build some game mechanics for the new species, but it is not required. When creating a species, work the Game Master to get approval for anything. So I skipped all of that. So I didn't actually give you some guidance around what sort of things a race may entail. And that's probably something I should do. I would say that's definitely a misstep on my part, right? That I need to, like the other ones, like the background, like the class, I need to give them something to work with. Okay, let's fix that problem. Okay, this is going to be interesting. Let's see. What's the best way to do it? A species can include expert is teasing. Expertise. Yeah, I'm going with expertise, man. All right, so a species can include bonuses to ability scores, age, size, movement, speed, languages, what else are we doing here? Languages, what else? What else? Is there anything else? What else usually falls under species or races in terms of things that you need to deal with? Languages, species. Game Masters baits with players waiting. Maybe. Shizers. This is harder than I thought it would be. Sight. Sensors. Biological sensors. Sensors. Sight sensors. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Spirit Wolf. Sensors. What other general things can you include here? Specialized skills. I hate specialized skills in species. It's just one of those things when I think about a species is like it's in the wrong place. Do you know what I mean? Body build, mutations, Spirit Wolf. That's what I want. Biological sensors, because what the hell does specialized skills have to do with your biology? Religion is kind of cultural. It's not really the biological aspect of it. I feel like it's like in the wrong place. I love that. But mutations, I like that. Movement, speed, and type. You're referring to burrowing underground and flying, aren't you? Or swimming. Mutations. Genetic mutations. Oh, that's more like it for me. I'm there. Okay, right. That was much more helpful. Okay, so if we think just biologically about a species or race, whatever you want to call it, in no way am I suggesting that if you were to do this, that all of your bonuses, if you have bonuses to assign, all have to be determined by your species. Like the old idea was you get a -2 to intelligence if you're an orc and a +2 to strength and a whatever. I'm not saying that, but there might be something that does give you an increase to one of your ability scores. Not necessarily a detrimental thing, because there's kind of no point in doing that, other than if you're doing that design-wise, I almost feel like there's, like, if you look at for example, if you look at an orc, it makes sense that an orc physically is probably stronger than other species, just because of the way that they're genetically made up. And then if you look at something like an elf, because they're a bit more lean and their body type's a bit different, they'd be a bit quicker. And I'm not even suggesting a +2, maybe even just a +1. Do you know what I mean? So that's where my head was going with this. So I'm thinking biologically. And so something like the bonus to ability scores, first off, It is not my intention for it to be viewed like the old way of doing things or even the new way where it's completely flexible. I'm not looking at that at all. Age for your race, age range, lifespan, that's what it is, not age, lifespan, that makes sense. The size makes sense biologically. Movement, speed, and type makes sense again. Okay, all right. Languages is a little bit awkward because there could be some variation. Even if you're a part of a particular species, you may not have grown up in that culture. So I might actually write here, languages is a tricky one, if you ask me, potential, because it's something that's not biologically tied. Potential native languages. That's more important. I think that's what's much more important is potential native languages. Biological senses, that makes sense. Genetic mutations, that makes sense for a species or race. And special do I want to say special again? What do you got here, Spirit? Well, you guys have written down some interesting stuff. What have you written down here? Hello, Don. How are you doing, Don? How's it going for you today? Puma has a different strength and weakness than a platypus. Yes, that's exactly where my head is going with this. Set bonuses, floating penalty could be fun. So Phil makes. So Phil, I'm really glad that you actually mentioned this because I was about to forget it. One of the things I really like about dealing with giving the bonus in species or race is the idea that you have one, like the old half-elf, where you had one that was fixed, that was going to be assigned because it's biologically fixed, and the other one that you got as a bonus was assigned based on whatever you wanted to do with your character, because not every single gnome, elf, dwarf is exactly the same. Some are going to be smarter than others, some are going to be quicker than others, some are going to be more durable than others, some are going to be more charismatic, and it gives you that flexibility. So what Phil is suggesting is, whether it's like a +1 or a +2 to one of your ability scores, the other one be floating. And I feel like that is a much better way to approach it. Honestly, Phil, my head is actually in a different place, and that is that the floating ability score is not really tied to your race in any way. That the fixed one is the only one that's set to the race or species. And that's if you decide to build it that way. I'm not even saying you need to do that. This is just a species can include. I'm not saying you have to do it that way at all. You don't even have to include bonuses to ability scores if you didn't want to. You could leave all of that out and say, we don't need them, and put it somewhere else. And I really wouldn't care that much, because I definitely won't. So, yes. But I don't want to say special abilities again. I want to say special something, but it's got to be something, yes. So thank you, Phil, for mentioning that, because it's it's the one thing when it comes to species and races, when I start designing my own, that I will do, is I will not go for complete flexibility, but I won't necessarily assign it to one area. So there will be that sort of mix of fixed and flexible. I like that much more because it makes more sense. And there's just certain things that just don't make sense. So for example, if you look at like a half-elf, why the heck does a half-elf know Common and Elvish? Why? Why is it not just a half-elf knows 2 languages, okay, and one of those needs to be Common or Elvish, or Elven, and then the other one could be whatever you wanted it to be. And you know why? Because if you're a half-elf, you may have grown up in a human society and never really spoken Elvish. You may not know Elvish, but you know Common. Or you may have grown up in Elvish society and not human society, but so you know Elvish, okay, but you don't know common. And I know that creates a lot of problems in terms of communication, and one of the reasons why all the classes all know common in Dungeons and Dragons is so that they can at least talk to each other, which makes a lot of sense, but it's not really tied biologically. that's what I guess that was my point. Okay. Age matter, okay. Selective natural abilities, either ability or skills. Okay, I see what you're going here with the spirit. Wolf, yep. Have a wonderful day and night, everyone. Oh, so Michael's gone. Thank you, Michael, for being here. He's probably already disappeared. It's taken me, I've been ranting a little bit, haven't I? I haven't been writing that much, I've been ranting. Yeah, stay low, move fast, that's the one. Special bonus, positive or negative for abilities. I'm not even going to say that. I'm just going to say a bonus. As in whatever you want to do. I mean, a bonus could be negative or positive. I don't think that armor, skills, weapons relate to species, honestly. Yeah, so Don, yeah, this is where my head was going with this. Top of the hour, almost, yes, in 1 minute. I'm tuning into your vibe. Yeah, so now I'm looking at the 5th ed edition book right now, and I'm looking at a lot of these races and trying to understand why they would have selected something to be specifically for that race, when often it doesn't seem like it would be related to their race. And there are times when it just doesn't make sense. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, but really my only real big points was language for race and species, and the ability scores, bonuses. All right, so now I need to get this down. Thesaurus, skills, abilities, mastery, special, capacity. I like the word capacity, actually. Capabilities. There. Now, for those of you who are looking at this saying, Fred, where the heck is the race and species? It's designed as a structure. Because if you tell a 5-year-old, select a race or species, and they've got to try to figure out by reading a goddamn book, it's just not going to happen, okay? But if you say, create a species or race, they can do that. And they will figure out all the bits and pieces for it, okay? So, and that means a beginner can do that. Because the first thing, if you get a beginner and they're like Lord of the Rings and say, I want to be a dwarf, or I want to be an elf, all they need to do is write down, I'm an elf. And then you might say, do you want them to have any special abilities? Well, can I be able to see in the dark? Or can I, if I can't see in the dark, am I as an elf able to just see further than other people? You know, like that would be something, I guess. If I'm a dwarf, am I able to, can I sense vibrations in the ground? One of the best things they did was actually give the dwarf and one D&D, which are now apparently is called something other else, I don't care now. They gave him tremor sense, but oh my god, it's a thing that turns on and off. It's not something that's always available. I don't understand why you would do that. It's actually brilliant. Give the dwarf tremor sense, because they're underground all the time. They will probably be very aware of their environment as long as they're in contact with the ground or stone. Then they can feel the tremors through that medium. Absolutely. Love that idea. But why would it turn on and off? Why is it a resource? It doesn't make sense. Anyway. Social skills plus a minus. Spell type bonuses, negatives. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave all of that stuff alone. I'm just going to say special capabilities. And that just opens the door for whatever is hopefully related biologically. Anyway, determining hit or health points. I believe I got that figured out pretty well. I am in top of the hour and I know when I'm supposed to go. I have just listed the D4 right through to D12. I'm leaving that completely open for determining. Now, so by adding the class hit point dice roll to their Constitution modifier. So we're using the Constitution bonus. Additional levels are calculated in the same way. So it's just Constitution bonus and whatever the dice is that is assigned for your character. Okay, moving on. I've done that. I'm pretty sure armor class I had already looked at, so that's good. Selecting buying equipment. Did I put enough into that? Gosh. Do I need to give more guidance around equipment? Because I've just said create or select equipment from an existing list. So if I say to a 5-year-old, for example, or somebody completely new to a game like this, I want you to decide what equipment you have. And maybe they say, I would like to have some armor and a sword. Yes, you can have a sword. You got a sword. Can I have some armor? What sort of armor do you want? And then you have a description. That's just a sort of a descriptive side of things. Then it comes to equipment, and if it's just selecting or buying equipment from an existing list, for a 5-year-old, you wouldn't bother with buying stuff, right? They just get them to select it. So they might say, I want to have a piece of rope and some duct tape and a knife and maybe a pick, a climbing pick, or snowshoes, or whatever the heck it is. So they can describe that, and it's significantly easier for a 5-year-old or a new person to deal with, which is why I haven't put a lot of work into that. Coin or barter. A spider race that can disguise as a humanoid can walk around in town seeking prey. Only works in certain environments, caves, waters. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to ask you this question. Because right now all I've got is a character's equipment is the armor, weapons, travel gear, and money they have. Create, select, or buy a list of equipment that the character has either in their pack at home, in a bank, or on a pack animal. When creating equipment, work with the Game Master to get approval for anything. Game Masters can port any armor, weapons, or equipment system from another role-playing game. That's all I've got. Is that enough, though? Do I need to include more information on equipment? Remember, if the design goal is for a completely new person or a 5-year-old to be able to handle this, we can't necessarily have a giant list. That doesn't work, okay? What we need to do is we need to give them enough of guidance about what equipment means. So if there's something else, did I need to add something else outside of armor, weapons, travel gear, and money? Did I need to add anything else to that description in terms of what equipment is classified as? A plasma submarine submarine gun? A plasma submarine gun? Okay. All right. I'm going to take a 5-minute break since it's top of the hour. I will come back. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes, more than likely. I need to promote my giveaway, my dice giveaway again, don't I? I almost forgot about the dice giveaway. I'm trying to remember it each time. Okay, so let's go here, copy. Let's plug this in. If you have not signed up for the dice giveaway, go sign up, people. Okay? Relative worth, you reckon I should actually state how much it would be worth? I see where you're going with that. I get it. Okay. 5 minutes or less, I'll be back. Hi, how's it going? Okay, coming back in. Let's have a look what people had to say. I think I just saw a comment that's made me a little bit, it's kind of funny. Let's have a look what we've got here. Back into the... Right, let's have a look. Just give me a second and we'll go straight back into work mode, people. But I think somebody's typed in something that was quite funny. So Spirit Wolf has said relative worth. Okay, so Fred, I had a group decide to be detailed down to ensure that they had spare shoelaces. Okay, so I guess where my problem lies when doing something like that, when you go down to the minutiae where so you say, okay, you all have 250 gold pieces to spend, and here's a list of things you can buy. The problem with that is, with a new person, there's a whole lot of math now involved, and a lot of choices to make. And it means that making a character takes a long time. Does that make sense to have a set value that you can spend for a character to get equipment? It does if you have a more advanced game where people can deal with that. But if you're dealing with a game like what we're trying to build right now, which is a basic, simpler version of the whole concept, then a new person may not, an adult will probably be capable of doing it, but it may not be considered that much fun for them. A 5-year-old will probably not be able to do that without a lot of help, and that will slow everything down. So I feel like that's the standard game or advanced game to actually set a monetary value. I see where you're going with the Spirit Wolf, and I get it. We need to have that at some point, but probably not for this. A good enough summary, you think? Prepare, cook, and survive? I had a group that decided to... So I guess what I'm looking at is, you love the intermission image. I'm glad you do. So Arnold's been very kind to me. So what I'm thinking is, when in terms of equipment, if you look at how equipment can work, what I want to do is, if I give them enough prompts, all they do is write down a list of equipment and armor and weapons they want, and then the game master just goes through the lists and says, yes, you can have that, yes, you can have that, yes, you can take that, and then that's it. So I guess, and then if there's something they don't want you to have, they say, no, you can't have that. It's a much quicker and simpler way to go about doing the whole equipment thing. And a 5-year-old can handle that, and so can a new person very easily. So for a basic game, I think that's the better way to go. I'm back. Well, welcome back home. I took you guys with me. Oh, did you? Okay. Give kits, either race or jobs. I think kits, again, maybe later on. Because if you've ever talked to a 5-year-old and you said, so what equipment would you take? They can tell you all of that. So I feel like that's an addition. It's like it's an add-on. So yeah. Anyway, so that was just where my head was at. But it's just whether I give them enough guidance around it. If I give them enough prompts, they will understand the kind of equipment they can take with them. I think that was the only thing I was really worried about with regard to that. Is just, did I give them enough prompts as to what they might understand they could select? Rather than setting up a set kit or a monetary value. What's this, Fred? Okay, let me just go back to our work page, because I think that's where we need to be. Rather than looking at my face. It's all very well, but it's not really getting this done. And I see your question, John, if you're still here. I think he's already gone. You've got here, well, according to Wizards of the Coast, half-elves are now racist, so can we have them anymore? Well, isn't apparently the half-orc racist? Because it's insinuating that there must have been some sort of RAPE involved, that rape was involved, or some sort of violent reproductive activity. So I guess for them, they're just trying to dissect themselves from anything that might throw shade on them. And for whatever you're doing in your own games, I mean, you can just ignore that because you don't have to worry about that sort of stuff. I have no problems going from being able to play a half orc to a full-blown orc. It's going to cause a lot more trouble. So I guess that's where my head was at with that, in terms of that question. Like, I just think it's amusing that the orc and the half orc mechanically almost look identical. The only thing different is the change of the name. Okay. Anyway, could be mine, you reckon? Oh, okay. All right. So, Leah, let me just make sure. If I look at equipment and I look at what I've written down, have I written down enough guidance around that? I said travel gear. Travel gear means a lot. Armor and weapons is nice and specific. So let's have a look at equipment. I said money. So money, that's clear. Armor, yes. Types of different armor, we'll let them figure that out. Weapons, yes. Like, people know what swords and axes are and mauls and so forth. Bows and crossbows, so that's all good. Adventuring gear, maybe need a little bit more guidance around. That's just where my head was thinking, is like, maybe there's a little bit more guidance required around that. And so what would that entail? Travel gear. Travel gear. Let's add in camping equipment. Because there's a lot of camping equipment. Camping equipment, or camping what? Camping something else. Camping equipment. Help me here. Utensils, gadgets, stuff, tools, camping, instruments, implements, artifacts, camping equipment. Travel, camping, yeah, something like that. Half human, you can have half humans, yeah, sure. Season. What else is there in here that might be hunting? There's a lot of hunting equipment here too. Camping, travel, gear. Camping gear. Hunting, summer garb, weather survival stuff, weather equipment, wilderness survival, yeah, okay. Hunting. Hunting implements, camping. What else is there that we're looking at here? Stationary. Really, that's I was looking at it, I was thinking, oh, hang on, there's stationary, isn't there? Because some people will have stationary. Transportation. I suppose that's true. Cooking equipment. So cooking, and I guess camping and cooking. Camping and cooking. Do we need to differentiate that? Camping, that's tents. Camping. A character's equipment is the armor, weapons, travel, gear, hunting implements, cooking utensils, cooking. Utensils. Utensils. Yes, that's true. Trade goods. Yeah, I suppose that. Rations. I didn't say anything about rations, did I say? And I should probably say rations. 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 Travel lab. We're not going to take a travel lab. I'm not marking that down. Firelighters. Well, I think that kind of goes under camping equipment. Rations. Potions. Yes. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Potions. Because there's very much a potions thing going on here. Antidote. Yes. Antidote. Poison antidote. I suppose if you're traveling, you would have to. It would be sensible to travel a poison antidote. If you don't, and you get bit, there's no help for you. You wind up a dead duck. So yeah. So yeah. First aid kit. That's actually more important. I don't want to say poison antidote. What do I say? First aid kit. Prepare, cook, and survive. So brilliant. Yes. First aid kit. Okay. Potions, rations. Books of information. Books. Yes, absolutely. I had said stationery and I didn't write that down. Stationery. Books. Guys are doing really well with this. I'm not going to count hirelings as equipment, although, you know, I do believe in having hirelings in the game. But hirelings are, I kind of feel like hirelings are a higher level of play and a more complicated game, so I don't think that's going to be something you want to do with here, necessarily. So, yeah, it's not that I've ignored that, I've just, yeah. Animal, livestock, pets, cooking equipment, transport. You guys have got some great ideas here. So this has actually probably done a much better job than I had before in terms of describing what you would... Because if it's going to be narrative, we have to give them enough guidance around it, right? And I feel like that's not done... That's done a pretty good job. That's done a pretty good job. Oil, patch, potions, portable... hunting implements. I think that's got it. Specialist personnel. Spell components. Yes. Yes, that would be true. Yes, absolutely. Spell components. That would be something for a magic user. Absolutely. That's more general. So that's help. That really did help a lot. Thank you there. That was great. Items for morale in times of need. Fireball. Ah, dear. Travel gear. Flask chest. No. Tool sets. There's going to be numerous types of tool sets, and I didn't say anything about that. So tool sets is a big factor, right? Because there's a bunch of them. Games. Tool sets. Tool sets. I'm just going to put not gambling. I'm just going to put games. That's definitely games. What else? If we're going to do this narrative, how do I do this? This is how I do it. Musical instruments. Musical instruments. Okay, this is better. Sword kit. What do you mean by sword kit? Dungeons and Chronics, can you explain what you mean by sword kit? Because a sword, does it fall under weapons? Are you meaning something else? Surveillance equipment. Surveillance equipment. Yeah, okay. Surveillance equipment. Surveillance equipment. We're thinking out. You're not actually thinking outside of just fantasy. You're thinking science fiction, aren't you? Yeah, that's what do I do with this? Surveillance equipment. Kazoo bagpipes. Weapon cleaning kit. Oh, I see. Are you talking about for sharpening weapons and stuff like that? Okay. Like, does anybody even bother with that sort of level of complexity? And at this point, since it's a basic game, it's maybe not even necessary. I mean, a lot of these things may not be necessary. Like you're talking about the whetstone and a cloth for wiping down the blade and polish, stuff like that, aren't you? That's the sort of thing you're talking about. Travel gear. I've got travel gear. Saddle. I guess is that where we're going here? Musical equipment. I've got just musical instruments. So Spirit Wolf, that's there. Cleaning and maintenance. Rations. Trade goods. Somebody said trade goods. I will just put down trade goods. And money. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. That's it. I'm going to stop right there. Because we could go on and on and on, but we just need to give them enough to work with. And I think that's enough to work with, honestly. There's actually a couple of things I want to add. And I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm going to add them anyway. Trinkets. Trinkets. And money. Okay. There we go. You get your rabbit's foot now. Your lucky rabbit's foot can be included. Career equipment. 176 foot long pole. Ice crystal. Hello. How are you doing, Ice Crystal? Yeah. Let me guess. It's you can actually unscrew it so that it can be folded down, or you have to assemble it to get to 176 foot long pole. Is that what we're talking about here? Yeah, kazoo bagpipes. Yeah, copyright that sucker. I'm sure it's never existed before. Okay, so that's equipment. We've given them a nice array of different things that might be involved, so that gives you a better idea. If you describe that, they can hopefully figure that out. Okay, good. Thank you, people. That worked quite nicely. Better than it was before. Next, create or select magic powers or spells. This is the tricky bit. A character that has access to magic powers or spells will need guidance from the game master. Name the spells or magic powers and give them a distinctive effect on a creature or the world. All the spells or magic powers being used in the game by the character don't need to be created straight away and can be made as people play the game. You might like to also build some game mechanics for the new spells or magic powers, but it is not required. A spell can include the following effects: protection, transportation, revealing information, affecting creatures' minds, creating energy, creating illusions, transforming creatures or the world, healing, raising the dead, killing creatures, destroying and restoring anything. Okay, that's pretty much covered everything. When you create a spell or magic power, work with the Game Master to get approval for anything. Game Masters can port any spells or magic system from another role-playing game if it would fit the D20 rule system. I feel like the magic part is... Magic's going to be probably, if out of anything, it may well be the worst issue to contend with a narrative game and the easiest part of the game to deal with narratively. I think it could go either way. Okay, so I have... Somebody was asking me, like, how does spell casting work in the game? And what I did is I just gave you a variant narrative magic option. So it's actually already there. I'd wondered, I thought I had written it up. Is it in the right place though? If it's under character creation, do I need to have this section here or does it need to be somewhere else? Well, how do people feel? Because that's essentially just a paragraph to deal with narrative magic casting or spell casting. It's very, very simple. Okay, there's a lot of Dungeon Master adjudication required. It's easy for a 5-year-old or a new player to understand because it just requires the Game Master to decide how hard that task is. A compass. I think that goes under travel gear. I could put down compass, but I'm not going to put down a whole lot of items. But thank you for that. We're going to move on to this bit here. Do I need to put narrative magic in a different location or do I leave it with character building? Characters can create a spell effect. Okay, characters can create a spell effect for the Game Master. Okay, this sentence doesn't make sense. Characters can create a spell effect to present and present. Okay, characters can create a spell effect Characters can create a spell effect for, I think it's for the Game Master. Sorry people, it's, yeah, I got a little bit stuck here. So you what you mean is a building sort of, what would it look like? That's probably prepare, cook and survive. You're probably right, but I need to make it so simple. But it isn't in the right place if I do that. Do I need to put it in the combat section? That's what I'm saying. Does this narrative thing need to go in the combat section or do I leave it under character creation? Okay, have a think about that while I try to get this sentence right. Characters can create a spell effect for the game word for that. Characters can create a spell effect. Okay, characters can create a spell effect for spell effect that they. I think that's get rid of this, but this I don't know how that's get in here. Characters can create a spell effect that they would like to use in the fantasy or science fiction world. The Game Master decides how hard it is to create the magical effect on a scale of 15 to 30. Okay, hang on. Game Master decides how hard it is to create that magical effect on a scale of 15 to 30 for the difficulty class or target number. Typical difficulty classes or DCs are 5 very easy, 10 easy, 15 medium, 20 hard, 25 very hard, 30 nearly impossible. Okay. Spells that are considered very easy or easy by the Game Master do not require a magical or ability, intelligent, wisdom, or charisma dice roll test. They are automatically successful. So I now need to describe what something like that might look like. The character makes an ability or saving throw and compares it to a difficulty class or DC. Okay. Any ability or saving throw that is equal to or greater than the DC is a success, and less than a DC is failure. Okay, so now I need to have a chart to go with this, correct? Hello, how's it going, Pale Rider? Better in combat? Yeah, okay, prepare, cook, and survive. I was thinking that myself. I was thinking maybe I put it in the wrong place. Yeah, it should be under magical combat. It should be in the combat section. So I'm not, because my combat section is so small, I don't think that I need to actually have a magic combat section. It's like, it'll be 2 paragraphs, people, in the basic game. So it's very, very small. And then this, I'm not worried about. All I think I did is say that if you're going to have feats, then you need to make sure I'm pretty sure I had stated that if you're going to use feats and talents as a mechanic, as an optional thing, that you need to make sure you give them to your monsters as well. Well, yeah, here we go. Warning, recommendations. This is the, yeah, so I've made sure to put that in. Okay, very good. All right, so that's abilities. So we're going to skip past abilities. I've got to come back to abilities. Basic game mechanics, we're not going there. That's all fine. I'm pretty sure I've tested all of that and checked that all out. It is under combat. Combat, 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 ambushing, combat, more combat stuff, more combat movement, actions, variant blow stuff. Okay, there's a lot of variant rules which won't make it into the basic rules, by the way, people. Casting a spell, calculating damage. So it needs to probably go under casting a spell. Other actions, free actions, death, resting, and then okay. All right, so let's go back to here. Casting a spell. I'm going to put the variant under here. That's where it's going to live. And then I need to actually give you a table that is clear enough that explains how you would do narrative magic in your game. Correct? All right. Is your work here done? Well, that's good news. Good news. Glad to hear it. So, let's go here 5. 10. I need to give you some guidance around this, correct? Let's go down a bit more. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. So some of these numbers are going to be hard to hit. All right, so these are things that don't require a dice roll to make them work. And I think my concept behind this would be spells like cantrips that can be cast okay, what's the best way to describe this? Cast endlessly with a utility, with a simple utility function. Does that make sense, people? So if it's not clear right now, that's a very simple cantrip-like effect that's endlessly cast with a simple utility function. That's where we're going with that one. Okay, all right, next one. With one simple utility function. The next, the 10, is going to be a little bit different. So we're going to go copy and paste, but with multiple utility functions. So I guess you would say a 5 would be something like casting guidance or resistance in D&D 5e, or something like, what else is there that I can think of? Off the top of my head, I can't. Light, something really simple like that. Whereas 10 would be, when you're rolling your dice, you're doing a DC check, it would be a spell like a cantrip that is prestidigitation would be a 10, because you've got multiple effects, or druidcraft, or minor illusion, or, do you know what I mean? They give you multiple utility functions. I've written in that you don't even have to roll for 5s and 10s. Like, so it's no, I don't see any point in rolling for 5s and 10s. You could do that, but I just don't see any point. I just say, if you decide to do something like that, and that's the guidance I'm giving you around that, then it just works. Because I just don't see any point in worrying about that sort of thing. But Fred, you could do it that way if you wanted to. I just don't know that there's much point. Do you know what I mean? You would actually make it more difficult to play the game compared to the existing games that exist right now in terms of 5e. I suppose if you look at AD&D, you may want to have failure even potentially possible on a 5 or a 10. Ritual, I'm not even going to go near rituals. I think for a ritual, actually, I guess you do make a good point, but that creates another big, huge problem. So ritual casting, I don't think is a basic game sort of thing. And I guess the reason why I don't think it's a basic game sort of thing, and why I don't want to tie it into the basic game, is because there's too many other factors going on. It gets really complicated now, because you're dealing with, one thing is it's going to take more time, and then on top of that, you're dealing with, it's got a certain level of difficulty. So if you're going to allow ritual casting of spells, then maybe what you're dealing with here is you're porting over a different system. Do you know what I mean? And that's just my thought. Where would rituals be placed is they just wouldn't exist in a narrative magic system. Because right now I can't think of a way of making it work without making a complete mess of it. And what I'm trying to describe is what I was told. Geez, how long has it been? Is it back when Curse of Strahd was released? So back when Curse of Strahd was first released, I talked to a parent who explained the system to me. So I'm trying to retell something he told me, geez, is it 5 years ago or 6 years ago? It's a long time. It's been ages. So now I've got to try to remember it all. 5 can be failed, or no, super easy. Snooker, shot, pot of red. yeah, okay. I like to give PCs easy DCs to keep them engaged and give them a positive boost. So this is one of the reasons why I want the 5 and the 10 to not require a dice roll. If they try to do something like that, it just works. Okay? But if they try to do something a bit more difficult, it's going to get harder. Crystal, Ice Crystal, maybe for rituals, it's like decreasing the DC by 1 for every extra minute you take. I just don't think it's going to work. And the reason why it's not like we won't talk about ritual casting, but I don't think in the basic game it's a good idea. The reason why is that you can wind up taking, by casting as a ritual, you can cast a very powerful spell now and lower the DC by taking more time to do so if we did it that way, Ice Crystal. That's the only hassle with that. So it's probably better to make magic not... And there's another factor that comes into this, and that is something like concentration spells in the basic game when you're using a narrative and you're dealing with 5-year-olds or somebody completely new. Things like... what is the best way to describe it? Things like concentration and spells that require more than one round to actually take effect, because they take like 10 rounds or 1 minute or 2 minutes, just generate a level of complexity that's probably too much for a beginner person, even they're an adult, unless they're very, very smart. And for a 5-year-old, it's literally going to be impossible. So I don't want to put a time frame. I want the magic that you create narratively to be kind of instantaneous. It happens, and it might have an ongoing effect, but you don't necessarily break it that easily. So anyway, that's where my head was going with this. Okay, ritual spells would be like 27-day processing to permanent, add +1 magic to a longsword here. For more complexity, more complexity is complex. It can be. So power creep is not something I'm worrying too much about right now. I'm just thinking about how do I make, and people have pointed out to me, if I'm trying to make a basic game, I have to make it simple enough that somebody who's 5 years old can understand. They don't need to understand the scale. The game master, the adult, will probably be doing that. But the 5-year-old needs to be able to say, I tell you what I want to make blue butterflies appear, a cloud of blue butterflies appear and fly in the face of the orc so that he can't see me, and then I'm going to run away. And like, how hard is that to do? Then you decide what it is and you say, okay, now roll a dice, and it's done. That's the kind of level of complexity I'm looking at right now. Now, if I can just get my head around what that guy had said to me. So bear with me while I try to nut out this. I can't describe this in reference too much in terms of another game system. I've got to use wording that will be okay. So so if we're dealing with a 15, what was it? It was low level spells, he said. Damage dealing spells would probably start to fall into the realm of a 15-20. So where are we with this? I had a little section somewhere. I had a tiny section that was actually really, really helpful. What was it? There was a document that I put together in terms of the strength and power of magic items, didn't I? And there is a scale that I had used in terms of what is more beneficial and what's more powerful. And maybe that scale is something I need to transfer over. Because I can't describe it. I can't use 5e or even an older version of D&D to describe what it would look like. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4. Jeez, this is more difficult than I had thought. Okay. Let me just do a quick -2. We'll start there, but this is not going to stay here, people. 3-4. Because this isn't going to work as a description of this. Oh, I wish I'd worked on this earlier. I've been planning to do it for ages and I never did. 5, 6. 6 level. And then 7 to 9. Okay, so it looks something like that, but I can't describe it as such. The traveling combat training wizard versus the NPC wizard who has spells that takes days to complete. Now you know why the king's wizard doesn't solve the mystery. Exactly. Yeah. Now, what was that under? I had built a class for making magic items. Did I not? I did. I had one for magic items. And I remember talking to somebody about what it would look like. Game Master. Okay, so I'm going to scroll through all my documents. So you guys are going to probably see a few things I'm currently working on that I haven't revealed to you. So, yeah. I don't know how useful it is. I'm going to scroll past it anyway. Building monsters, no. 3. Building adventures, no. I will try to release the building adventures to Patreon as soon as possible, people. I'm well and truly behind. I am aware. No, that's running the adventures. It's GM. That's creating skill challenges. That's learning to improvise. No. No. Game Master. Creating magic items. Here we go. All right. This is what I needed to use. Geesh. Okay. Creating balanced magic items. Right. So this is the ridiculous nonsense that you just can't do that. So here we go. Copy. And I will take this over to this document here. Close this. And I'll use this as a guide. Starting at the top. Mobility. Okay, so teleportation. What is it? Teleportation. Dimensional travel. Dimensional travel. Dimensional travel. What was the other one? I'm sure there was another one that was mentioned. I just can't remember. High level stuff. Telepathy. Telepathy. Okay. Telepathy. Oh my gosh. 7 to 9. I'm sure there was something about resurrection. I think resurrection was near the top. In the top bar. So it was supposed to be quite difficult to do. Why am I lost on this one? Night all. See you later. Prepare, cook, and survive. So if I seem a little bit stuck, there's a good reason, people, because this is hard. But I'm pretty sure. Oh, time travel. Changing time. Changing. Affecting time. Yes, that's near the top. Affecting time. Resurrection. Resurrection and wishes. Okay. I don't know, people. That's hard. What do we got here, Pale Raider? I'm sharing now, so what can I do to throw this off the rails? You can provide me with some advice of what you think. What do you think? If you guys need to help me, and you probably do, what is high-level magic? What sort of things do you do with high-level magic? Mobility, teleportation, dimensional travel definitely falls under that. I know this. Hashtag. What is the highest level of magic. Because if I've got to give them a narrative description of what it looks like, then that's what I've got to do, right? Okay, so far that's what I've got, is like those sorts of things. Yes, okay. Teleportation, telepathy, dimensional travel, resurrection, and wishes. Is that it? Is there more to it? If I was thinking in terms of how to break down level 7, 8, and 9, is that what I would be looking at? Is that the sort of thing that we are after? Affecting time. Permanent creation. Phil, thank you. Communicate. Okay. Telepathy, communicating across planes. Communication. Oh, that's right. I think this falls into what you were mentioning too. She's here, communicating with gods. With gods. Large regional damage. Yes, okay. Large regional effects. Large regional effects. Somebody had said something about permanent. Permanent changes to effects. Yes, permanent changes to I'm going to put wishes over here. Cut, paste. Permanent changes to creatures, objects, and the environment. I think that's what you were trying to say, right? I'm going to just leave what you were mentioning, Fred. I'm going to leave the willingness of spirits to the game masters to resolve. Not my business. They let them sort that out. Creating constructs. Would that be sort of in that range? Time warp. Yeah, I've referred to affecting time. I've definitely put that in. Recreate. Okay, I think that's given us enough nuts and bolts for the high level stuff. I think that's what high level magic would look like. Yep. I wish I'd asked that guy more questions about this sort of stuff when he talked about it. So now I'm having to sort of jerry rig something. So for those of you who are looking at this right now wondering what the hell is going on, I am very much open to adjusting it over time. Okay, very much open to it. So for now we're looking at that as our guide in terms of what it looks like. Great. Let's go with the 5 to 6 range. So what is hashtag? What would be appropriate for level 5 to 6 level. What are we looking at there? I guess that, what does it fall under? The successful versus the failed resurrection would be examples somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure, but yeah, like I said, I've got to be careful I don't add too many different moving parts to this. It needs to be a narrative guide. Ultimately, I'm leaving the game master up to their decision what they want to do with this, with the new player or a kid. Like, I want the game master to just have a guide and like, this is the sort of stuff you can do, you decide. That's what happens with narratives. You get a guide, you don't get a definitive codified system, right? So, okay. 6 and 7. What is 6 and 7 going to be made up of? So get rid of mobility. And then we get extra magic. Specific magical effects. Martial combat, no. Okay. God. This is more difficult than I had thought. It's probably one of the reasons why I had avoided it. I bet you that's one of the reasons why I had done that. Another increment of health points. I don't know how that's supposed to relate to... Are you talking about healing magic? I don't feel like healing magic is necessarily in the 5 to 6 power range for rolling a 25. I just don't think that sort of sits there. If anything, I feel like it's probably not sitting in there. If anything, I would say healing magic would sit in the 1 to 2. Healing. Okay. 5, big beast. Wisdom bonus spells. Yeah, but that... Remember, we need a narrative. I need it to be narrative. Hashtag. Needs to be a narrative guide. Okay? What we were looking for was I need a narrative guide. Weather mastery. High damage spells, limited time and distance manipulation. Okay, so weather control. I actually think that's not a bad idea. Weather control would probably fall under that. I would, yes, weather control. Let's put that down. Weather control. No, just basic level up, harder to kill in one hit. Okay. I'm not sure how to just put that into words. Fred, I'm not sure how to put that into words. Let me have a bit of time to stew on it. High damage spells. Yes. Yes. That makes sense. Whatever they decide high damage spells look like, that is. What else is there? Mislead, no. What is a that word actually tells us a lot, so I can use this. Even though it is a spell from 5e, telekinesis is such a broad concept, that would be falling into that bracket quite nicely. Oh, I am so struggling right now with this bit. maybe it'll be easier. What else? You said limited time and distance manipulation. Teleportation. I think so. Your point is this is unlimited teleportation. Teleportation. This would be limited teleportation. That's what you're trying to say there, eh, Pale Rider? Limited teleportation. Yeah, I would say that would be about right. Yep. Limited teleportation would be about here. telekinesis. What else are we dealing with here? 1d6 strength at level 1. Yeah, too much complexity, mate. We're dealing with you think narrative, okay? You see how I've put the DCs of 15, 20. So these DCs here, these DCs is really the only mechanical thing that's going to be here. There's the fact that I'll put level 1 to 2. These here, I'm ditching them. They just won't exist. So that is the only level of mechanical feedback I want to give with a narrative spellcasting system. Which, if it's completely unreasonable and unworkable, I'm open to that. But since somebody's done it before with their kids, I'm sure it can be done. It's just figuring out how it all works by giving myself some sort of guide so that I can give a guide to somebody else, right? Which is you. Mind control. Mind control would probably sit in this range. Let's put that there. Level 5 to 6, or a DC 25, which is quite difficult. Okay. Clairvoyance. That's clairvoyance. Did I get it right? I got the word right. Okay. Clairvoyance. That's, yeah. Pale Rider. Planar contact but not controlling. Like you can talk to demons but you can't. Oh, okay. Planar control. Okay, so I see what you're saying with this. I get it. I'm just trying to... Clairvoyance kind of fills a lot of the gaps, so we can kind of talk to other things. Clairvoyance can kind of go across a lot of different ideas. So we may have actually solved that problem right there. So it's not control, it's just talk. Clairvoyance might actually... It's more foretelling though, isn't it? Clairvoyance is not necessarily what you're trying to say. It's something communication. It's well, it's definitely communication. It's just, what is it going to be called? True names. Spirit Wolf. Yes, I know. I get where you're going. I know where we're going with this. HeroQuest just didn't have levels for PCs. Yeah, exactly. But you're saying communication, and I totally get what you're saying. I mean by this, and I'm just trying to figure out how to... Supernatural communication. That's what we want to say. Supernatural communication. Sorry, people. Communication. Does that sound about right, Pale Rider? That's what you're trying to get across. I just need to be able to break it down into like 1 or 2 words, and I think that's nailed what you were trying to communicate to me with regard to that. Yeah. I still want to leave mind control in the 5 to 6, but that's supernatural communication. So that's actually that's really helped. Thank you very much. Really, really good. Supernatural communication. Do we need to have like a supernatural senses thing? Supernatural senses and senses. Supernatural communication and senses. I actually think that probably lives about there. Does that seem right to you people? I don't know. I'm kind of wondering myself. We're top of the hour. I should be taking another break. But I want to nail down this little sucker because it's important to get it down and right. And I am going to leave myself just enough time to do all of this. So, Yeah. This is a lot harder than I thought it'd be. This is the sort of thing I would do. I sit down for a week and nut through this, and I'm trying to do it now on a live stream. I just don't know how plausible that is. True name is a bit advanced. True names should be part of the game introducing near. Yeah. Supernatural works. Yeah. Okay. So, creating. Yes, creating. Is it creating matter? I think it's creating and modifying matter. Probably creating and okay. Create objects. Create or manipulate objects. No, not manipulate. Modify. Create or modify objects. Okay. Basic clairvoyancy is at 3rd and 4th level, in my opinion. I guess, what's the definition of clairvoyance? Because I know it looks differently in 5e, but let's have a look. Clairvoyance, because it's such a broad thing, right? Clairvoyance, define. Shizes. The supposed facility of perceiving things or events in the future or beyond normal sensory contact. So I'm going to ignore 5e on this and a lot of the stuff. I am actually going to... I get what you're saying with this. Extrasensory perception. Extrasensory perception, I feel like probably falls into what you were talking about there, Pale Rider. So 3rd and 4th, extrasensory perception. Yeah, I'd put that there. Absolutely. Extra sensory perception. That ain't the right word, is it? Extrasensory perception. That, I think it lives there. Modify objects. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to have a hard think about this. I'm going to leave you with another task. But I feel like clairvoyancy is it's a powerful feature. We're kind of looking at the future, foretelling the future. Clairvoyancy. I think it's better to leave it there, because I think in 5e and D&D, when it was a lower level ability, it was just too good. It's just too good to be able to do something like that. So I don't want to leave it near the bottom. I want to leave it near the top. Remember, we're dealing with a scale that's one from 25. That's 25, 30, 20, 15. So our scale is a little bit different. It's going to be working just like, yeah, I think it's going to have to live there, in my opinion. We'll see how we go with this. Like hashtag, let's give you a new task, because I'm going to struggle with this otherwise. Hashtag, what would third to fourth level magic look magic B narratively. Can I get it? Narratively. There you go. That is my question. 3rd to 4th. Let's work on that bit. Animate objects. And I think I put animate objects as modify objects. I had telekinesis somewhere, and I can't remember where I put it. I know I had the word telekinesis down somewhere. It's in here somewhere, isn't it? Yeah, it's under. I've got that in the 4-5 rather than the 3-4. So it's not going to completely duplicate 5e, people. Can't do that. It's going to be too hard to make that possible. So let's go back and make sure I stick in a new post for this giveaway that's going on. And then I go use the toilet, come back and try to finish this in the time frame that we have, which is just... I don't know. Have I bitten off way more than I can chew? I feel like I have a little bit. What's new? Anyway, I'll be back shortly. 5 minutes or less. Oh, good point. um, oh dear. Phil, absolutely. And good to see that some people have chucked in some good ideas already. Let's just go over to here and see how we're doing. If you haven't entered the giveaway, the dice giveaway, you should do so. Go enter it. Okay, you might as well. It's I don't do them very often, so you might as well join it. Okay. All right, let's have a look at what we were doing here. And I really thought today was the day that I would get it all done, and I'm starting to wonder about that. At least I guess it's getting closer. Okay, so I had set area effect, spell damage, 3 and 4. Yes, that makes sense, but we've kind of already got something like that written down already, don't we? Changes. high damage spells, weather effect. Large regional effects. And we had at 5 to 6, we had high damage spells. Moderate, so Spirit Wolf, I'm going to put here moderate. Moderate area effect. Moderate area effect spells. I think that's what I want to, I think that's what you're trying to communicate. I think that's what we put here. Summoning creatures, 3 and 4. Why have we got summoning creatures 3 and 4? We've got summoning creatures for a reason. Somebody said it for a reason. Five, six, 5, 6. Oh dear, what's happened? The wailing has begun. Commune, scrying, raise dead. No. We're not putting that there. That's just not going to work. Alright, so let's go back to this. 3 and 4. Summoning creatures. Yep, we'll put summoning creatures there. Flying. Yes, flying. Flying. Good point. Illusions. Yeah. I think large scale illusions. Let's put them there as well. Large scale illusions. I agree. Standard damage spells from form change spells and okay. Oh. The question now is, and I'm looking at this, I'm trying to think out where do I place it, and I don't know. I don't know where to place this. Do I want to put that there? Temporary transformation. Temporary transformation? Oh, I don't know about that. I really don't. I almost feel like it should be further up, because it's going to wind up happening too often. Charming. Charming creatures. Charming creatures makes sense. Yes, charming creatures. Charming creatures. Yes, Pale Rider. No, Spirit Wolf, this is narrative. It's got to be super simple. It's got to be something that a parent or an adult can run with kids and just look at it very quickly and say, bam, that's all I need to know. Rough guide, that's kind of where it falls. So it needs to be simple to view and understand. And the more complexity I make, it falls out of being simple and basic, doesn't it? It falls into a different animal. It's a different game. We'll design that some other day. Swamp walking, travel types, swimming, breathing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So limited travel. I think that's what you're really trying to say here, is limited travel. Yeah, Fred, I agree. Yeah, I get what you're saying here. Okay. Form changing spells. So this is the one. This is the thing. I'm trying to decide whether I want something like transformation to be going there or not. Because I've got permanent, so temporary, so temporary transformation. Do I really want it to fall in the 3 to 4, or do I want to push it up to 25 as a DC? And I'm tempted to push it up to a 25 as a DC. Honestly, I know that polymorph exists as a level 4 spell in 5e, but I think polymorph should be a much higher level spell. It's just too good. Okay, summon creatures for clockwork objects. Defending others. Yes, protection magic. Protection. Protective, protective walls and shields. Protective walls. I think that can go there. Protective walls. Although a lot of protective walls fall into a different area, which is like level 5. But protective walls, can we put it there? Can we put it there? I would much prefer to have protective walls as a DC 20 and have temporary transformation, creature transformation as a DC 25, honestly. So let's do that. Temporary creature transformation. I'm going to stick it there. I'm going to put it a little bit higher, just because it's so good. And otherwise it winds up with everybody tuning into stuff all the time. Kids will love it, I'm sure, but yeah. What else? Removing curses. Yes. Removing curse. Removing diseases, curses, and conditions. I guess that's the best way to describe that bit there, right there. No, I'm not gonna. I won't. I'm not gonna even put that scale on there because it'll just muddy the water too much. Honestly, I think transforming into creatures is way too powerful to have it sitting, particularly with a system like that. It's just not going to work. And it's the first thing that a lot of kids are going to go to is like, I want to transform this into that, and which is great. I love the idea. But going out of the bat, you've got to realise that you're going to wind up with numbers that potentially make it possible to hit a 25. And because you can roll a 20 and succeed, there's always a chance of success. So I'm trying to push it just a little bit further away. Dispel magic. Yeah, okay. Yes, okay, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Magic. Detect magic. Magical effects. Okay. Simple. Okay. Single. Minor. Single. That's what I'll put there. That's sitting in the 1 to 2. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to push polymorphing much higher up. I think that's probably a better way to go about doing that. Communication. I want to put communication as a much lower level spell. Communication. So okay, so standard. Do I describe limited communication, or standard communication? Limited communication. We'll make that lower down here. That's where it'll live. Okay, mud, dirt, rocks, bones, fire, wood. Yeah, exploding spells like wizards. I'm not sure how to make that narrative. Yeah, I know. This is where I'm running into my biggest problem is like, how do I do that? God, I wish I'd asked that guy more questions. I should have asked him so many more questions than I did. So that is that. That is that. Look at this. Magical armor. Magical armor. Ooh. Is there anything else that I needed to put in here? God. Too hard. Too hard to do in a live stream. It's something I need to work on somewhere else, don't I? I guess I'm not. Am I that far off making this work? I don't know. Bugger if I know. How am I doing, Phil, if you're still here? You're probably not. You've probably got better things to do. You've got work to do. How am I doing, people? What do you think of what I've put down so far? Does it just look like a giant... Does it look like a giant mess or not? No, I feel like that's sort of... sleeping effects. Walls of elemental defense, wall of ice, wall of defense, etc. Yeah, I put protective walls as a 3 to 4, so I've left it in that realm. Okay, all right. I've got that there. It's down. Do I... Ooh. So what did I have here? There was something about movement. Somebody had said something about movement. Did I put it in? Or did I leave it out? Something flying. Limited travel. Okay. I am really lost as to what else to do with this. I really am. So I'm kind of wondering. You're going to bounce about 15 minutes? I'm going to bounce in about 15 minutes, Phil, as it happens. When it's a great mess, you're at the start of organisation. Well, it does feel like a great mess. God. There's got to be a way of breaking this down in terms of the spells we're sort of familiar with and sort of looking at it and sort of how strong is that compared to that in terms of what it can do. And right now, it's kind of there. We've really, the scale, if you think about the scale, ultimately, the scale is only 4 steps. We've only got 4 steps in here, people. That's really all we're dealing with is 4 steps. The first 2 steps really mean nothing. Do you know what I mean? DC 5, DC 10, they mean nothing. It's the 15, the 20, 25, 30. Those steps, there's 4 steps. That's really all we're looking at. Bale Rider, that's funny. Okay. So what do I think I'm going to do here, people? is I'm going to highlight this area as a work in process. I feel that DC5, DC10 is right. I am really unsure about this, and wishing so much more that I had actually talked to that parent about how they did it a lot more than I did. But then again, I was in the middle of a convention, and I was busy with a lot of stuff, and I was trying to convince him to take a book, the Curse of Strahd book, and he said no, my girls would be terrified. So I think the answer is to leave that as not finished, and to figure out how to solve that a little later. But right now, I don't know how to solve that problem. So it's on its way. I don't know if it's necessarily that far away from being at least a draft. Now, let's have a look at abilities. This is where I was really worried. If you hadn't been aware of like what I've been doing, is I have been really trying to sort of focus down on ability scores or ability checks as a key for the game. And yeah, so these here, one of the things I loved about Advanced Dungeons and Dragons is they gave you a lot of meat behind these. And if you look at what of these entries, it's all very well talking about ability scores or ability numbers or ability values or abilities full stop, if you don't have enough support around how they would be used. And there's no way this is going to work. This is the weakest aspect of this whole thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to do something with it. In the 24 minutes that I have left, I have got to try to figure out what I need to say to somebody who's doing this to make it possible so it will work. Because right now it wouldn't work, which is not good. Rainbow light walls, right? We want the capacities of the D game, but are constrained by making it simpler, so you can't assume being able to match the capacities of the old system. Fred, that's exactly right. that is the thing, is trying to match is not necessarily going to work, because I mean, I just use that as a guide, and I could see the problems with it, because of course we're dealing with a different way of casting spells now, because you're dealing with a very different approach. So you're absolutely spot on with that. I don't disagree at all, Fred. Absolutely. So let's have a look at some of these sodding things and what I've written down and how it would be used. The guy, Dungeon Class, just put out a 1 minute long players video. Yes, Mark. God, I like Mark a lot. I miss Gonzo, but Mark is doing a wonderful job right now. I just wish he would see more success, because even if he gets 1,000 views on a shorts video, it means nothing, unfortunately. Other than maybe he gets a bit more growth, but then the people are just going to watch more shorts videos. Okay, so strength. Strength indicates the physical power. The strength score represents force exerted, striking force, lifting capacity, smashing stuff. Strength applies to swimming, climbing, jumping, acrobatics, and athletic activities. This would be like a character's ability to crush a tomato in their hand. Okay, so if we look at strength, what the heck are we talking about? Did I say smashing stuff? Okay, here we go. So let's build this out a little bit, because this isn't going to be good enough. There's got to be more here. Dragging objects. What else is there? Smashing stuff. Can anybody else think of anything with this? I'm talking the application, so hashtag How do we apply strength in a game? Really, that's the question. Because I need to have enough things. Carrying, I've got the word lifting capacity. Carrying, that's lifting capacity, carrying. Do we need to have carrying? Lifting, carrying. Dragging, pushing. Leverage. Okay. Yes. Breaking. Smashing stuff. I've got that. Force exerted. Speed. Not really. Intimidating. Probably not. I don't know that that's necessarily going to be intimidating. I don't know. No, I'm not going to put that in. This is more difficult than I had hoped it would be. I've got a lot of it there. Dragging objects. I don't want to say encumbrance because that just opens a can of worms when I say encumbrance. And at the basic game, I wouldn't even bother with encumbrance. Original D&D has very few spells, and the player's research combined bits of two or more to make new spells. Thank you, Fred. Maybe that's one of the solutions for dealing with that narrative spell casting. At least I've got some stuff there. Yeah. All right, so dragging, lifting capacity, dragging objects, smashing stuff. Carrying equipment, I guess that is carrying equipment. Dragging and pushing objects. Okay, let's just do that. I think that's most of it, I guess. Cut. Hard. Okay. Paste. Okay. All right. That's that one. I guess that's that one. Let's look at something else. Grabbing and holding. Oh, so you're saying wrestling. Yes and no. I'm going to try to avoid grabbing and holding. Yeah, okay. Grabbing and holding. How's this going to work here? I don't know how to do that. I'm just a little bit worried that if I start referring to that, we're now working into the, because there is a try, do, or do not. Try or do not. Yes. Okay, Fred, here we go. All right, I'm going to leave this. I think we've got the gist of it for strength. Okay. Dexterity. Dexterity falls under a lot of things going on here. Like, there's so much that can be involved with dexterity. As you all know, we've already got a whole bunch of these things here. Dexterity applies to acrobatics, piloting, riding, sneaking, or stealth. Sneaking. And I want to put more in here, but picking locks. What else would be picking locks with tools? Okay. So this is, okay, so this is not going to work if I do it this way. This is going to be too hard. So let's go here. Applying it, applying dexterity to gameplay includes a wide range of tasks like let's do that. Lots of tools. Stealing. Disabling. Now, disabling and setting traps. What else? Ice crystal. Recommend combining pilot and ride to just be reflexes. No, I'm just going to say the reason I would use the word pilot and ride is so that people understand if you're using like an animal, riding an animal, then you would use this. And if you're piloting, you would use this if you're in a starship or a vehicle. It's really just as a hint as to what you would use dexterity for. That's really all it is there for. So, yeah. Move them down the task list a little bit, maybe. Yes, yeah, maybe. Okay. What else we got here? I guess, yes. Escaping, building clockwork, sculpture. Someday a clever mage will skip making the hand visible. Okay, so this is going to be a lot harder than I thought. It really is. Much more difficult. Much more difficult. Okay. So playing an instrument. Playing a... I guess we can put that in there. Something like that. Oh, jeez. Okay. Crafting. Detailed. Detailed mechanisms. Escaping. Bonds. And now I said balancing already here. Okay. All right. So maybe this is something I'm going to find myself having to update in new drafts. But that's what I've got for now. And I've got the ideas that you guys have chucked down. Yeah, so Don, I was thinking pilot and ride, and I guess a lot of these things could fall into different ones. I'm going to kind of leave it to, because it's fine motor control and so forth, so I'm leaving it sort of there, but it could be somewhere else. Yeah, so I get what you mean. It's not set in concrete or none of this anyway. It's sort of, I guess, what is going to be the easiest to understand. Reactions. I don't want to put reactions because it's not really about ability scores. We're now not looking at an ability check or dice roll. We're now looking at an ability saving throw. So I don't want to do that. The worst one is Constitution, because Constitution is one of those things where, like, what are you doing here? So performing a physical act in a long period of time that is potentially strenuous or exhausting, like a marathon, would be measured by Constitution. Okay. Poison, heat, cold, radiation, resisting weather effects, and lack of oxygen. Immune supply, current health. Performing in a long period of time. No, I think, okay. All right. That's all right. I think that's all right. I think we can leave that. Moving silently. Yeah, we've got it under stealth, so moving silently, it's there. I'm just going to be careful I don't repeat myself. Am I adding something new to what I've already put there, or is it the same stuff? I'm just saying it over again. No, leave that alone. Okay, intelligence. Intelligence is a tricky one. What did we have here? We had intelligence score represents information, recall, attention, knowledge. So intelligence designates reasoning and memory. So it's a mixture of these. Intelligence applies to knowing languages, history, mechanics, medicine, engineering, ecology, biology, physics, chemistry, alchemy, biology, botany, zoology, etc. Did I have anything else that was supposed to fall? Reasoning and problem solving incorporate both intelligence and wisdom, so either could be used. Okay, I made sure to include that. Thank God for that. Okay. I think that's close enough to what we needed to have. Bonus spells. Well, I'm not going to go there in terms of bonus spells. Remember, it's just about ability dice roll tests. This is just about ability dice roll tests. So what would they be using it for? And I'm just going to give them a range of things that it would kind of fall under. So that's what, yeah. So I don't think bonus spells is going to be something. Phil, all right. I'm going to stream some art. Looking forward to the next dose. Well, thank you, Phil, for showing up. Phil, I am aware of your channel because I have been watching some of your stuff. Hopefully those of you who are wanting to continue in the next 7 minutes after I've finished here, which I think I will be finished for sure, can jump over and see what Phil's up to very shortly. So I'll see if we can send them over, Phil. I don't know how well that'll work. Every time I do something with the redirect option, it doesn't work that well. Okay. So next, intelligence. I'm pretty happy with intelligence. Reasoning, problem solving, and I've described the character's ability to know that a tomato is a fruit. Okay, so that's nice and simple. All right, moving on. Wisdom. Wisdom, what did we cover? We covered a lot of things. We covered here. Wisdom represents sensory perception and insight. The wisdom score represents sight, hearing, touch, smell, hindsight, enlightenment, intuition, instinct, common sense. Are we repeating ourselves? Reasoning, deduction, survival skills, adaptability, willpower, and applying knowledge to the world. So that would be a character's ability to understand that a tomato doesn't go into a fruit salad. So how does it apply in your game? How does that apply in your game? There's only 2 more left in 5 minutes. Inventing spells. Ice crystal. Thank you. Where is it? Good idea. Really good idea. What if Constitution controls something like how much you can do in a turn, kind of like an action pull? That's for a much more complicated game system. Yep. Yeah, the Pale Rider. That's part of the problem. Is like I'm probably you're right, Pale Rider. I'm probably looking at this in too much detail and filling out and putting in a bit more stuff later probably makes much more sense. So I totally agree. I'm just trying to make sure, because my instinct, Pale Rider, is that the basics is done. So I would like to be able to just release the basics as a first draft and just let people see what they think and whether it will work with their kids or new players. See if they'd actually be able to handle this. That's really where my head is going. Stronger God interaction. Okay, all right. Intelligence, a number of languages and skills can be learned. Well, we did mention knowing languages, so it's there. So it's already there. So, yeah. Okay, so wisdom. Back to wisdom. Willpower, da-da-da. So, No. Don't want that. I do want this. That can go there. Okay, applying wisdom to the game will overlap with some other abilities. Survival. Okay. I think that is the only thing I wanted to say with that. I'm going to leave the rest of it. I think that's solid. So charisma. Charisma indicates the force of personality, influence, physical and mental attractiveness. So we've taken a lot of the old D&D stuff and we reinserted it. The charisma score represents social skills, charm, and etiquette. Charisma applies to personal magnetism, persuasiveness, deception, intimidation, gathering information from NPCs, and leadership. I am putting this here, people. Handling animals. I was wondering what I was supposed to be doing. Well, why was I stuck? Did I have problem solving? I think I did have problem solving. Reasoning, deduction. hindsight, common sense. I didn't have problem solving. No, I didn't. Reasoning, I guess, deduction, problem solving. I'll put it in there. Okay. All right. Back to charisma. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that is good enough. Yeah. There's a point where I think I really should just throw it out there and let you guys give your feedback and say where you think there are problems. Given that this is supposed to be and intended to be a very basic version of a role-playing game at its core. You need a Flintstone. Undead repulsion. Wisdom, common sense. We've got that there. Figuring out traps, finding out how to... yeah. Okay. Yep. So I think Pale Rider's point was, whatever I'm doing at this point now is I'm trying to go too much into the minutiae when I needed to keep it super simple. So I think what I needed to put in here is there. And you'll see a lot of these variant options here. I'm going to rip them out, by the way, people. I'm only going to leave in the ones that I think are necessary to stay in, often if it's intended to be used by my group. So the variant stuff will come back, but not straight away. Okay, so let's jump over to my face, and let's see how this works. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going to get it up this week because I plan to go to the movies today. I'm going to see the Dungeons and Dragons movie. I know people, you're like, what? But Paramount will be getting most of the money, so I don't care. You know what I mean? Ice Crystal. I love the joke. It's good. It's pretty good. Love it. So this is this giveaway, dice giveaway. Go join the dice giveaway. I'm going to end this poll that I've started. It seems clear to me that I will be working on classes next time, and we're going to start with a fighter because my group has already said, please start with a fighter, do something with that thing. It's a mess, and I'm like, so that's fine with me. So we're definitely going to be working on the fighter in the future, okay? For those of you who are wondering, it's going to be the fighter. And I'm probably going to find myself working my way through the various things that have sort of popped up. Oh, here we go. There we go. And let's see if I can I grab his link, copy this. I don't know if it's going to work, but we'll try it. In the middle of a stream, changing over is difficult. I do hope the movie is good too. I'm happy for Paramount to take my money because they will take most of the profit, not Hasbro. So that's fine with me. Yeah, so it's all good. I'm fine with that. But my own, I guess my own family just wouldn't understand if we didn't go to the movie. One, because they know how much I like D&D. And two, because the movie looks like it's going to be a hoot. It's going to be a box office disaster, unfortunately. No matter what, their goose is cooked on that one. There's nothing they can do about that. I was looking at it and I was like, oh, what's going on here? And so their goose is well and truly cooked, unfortunately. And I'm going to send you to Phil. There we go. I think that's it. Got Hype Goblin, Critical Role. Well, I don't really care too much about that one. So we'll save this, and that'll be that. Okay, good. I've got it. I've figured it out. Like to everybody who hung out with me for like 4 hours or even an hour or even any length of time, thank you. So it is clear that the next time we come around to doing one of these, we are not going to be going over optional rules for the basic rule set. We'll be tearing the character classes to shreds. I'm going to rip the guts out of them like you can't believe it. And I'm going to stick the things in there that I think should be there. and you'll either be appalled or you'll like it. Maybe you'll be in between. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But I know my own home group have been looking for a way of making the character classes actually work for us. For years we've been playing character classes that none of us really give two hoots about because they just don't do what we want them to do. So yeah, that's what I'm going to focus on. It is definitely nap time. I feel that feeling, but I've got to go and do something else. So, hey, thank you to everybody who watched the live stream. Thank you to my patrons who support me on Patreon. Remember, I'm going to put this document up as a first draft on my Patreon, and it will not have a paywall behind it. Okay? You can be assured, will not have a paywall behind it. So thank you if you took part in the poll. In the chat, those people who helped me in chat, I really do. It really was helpful. Even if you didn't get your ideas into the document, you certainly made me think about these things a lot. And I really, you're really helping push the process forward, and that does help a lot. Rather than me doing this in complete isolation, you've pointed out a whole bunch of things I didn't realize. If you're rewatching this, thank you too. I can't imagine watching a 4-hour live stream of me trying to design stuff. Would be painful if you ask me. So wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, okay, look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Make sure to sign up to my giveaway, the dice giveaway for D&D Wells, Call of Cthulhu D20, Metal D20. Sign up, and hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s. Hi, dearie.